purposes. As has now become the custom, we have asked members of the public, which includes stakeholder and staff as well, for questions they want to pose to the board in advance. If there are any such questions, I think at the moment, Estelle, we don't have any questions, but we will answer questions raised if we can during the proceedings, because it may be that people raise them in the chat capability as we go along.
That's right, Martin. So the Facebook and Zoom feeds will be monitored. So if at the point that we get to the session on questions, there are any, then we'll be able to take them at that point.
Yeah, thank you. As you can see, we have British Sign Language capability today, which is brilliant. I'd like to welcome Hannah Wilson and Anthony Evans, who are providing that essential service. We also have Welsh language capability around the board table should the need arise. A triple reminder that microphones are very sensible today, so let's concentrate on the person speaking. Try not to talk over each other so that people listening in can follow what's happening. A lot of sound can be picked up. We have a very full agenda, but as an act of compassion, as we talked about compassionate leadership as a board yesterday, there is a comfort break at 11:40 for 10 minutes, assuming that we run to time. So I think that's all I wanted to say by way of housekeeping, unless there's anything I've missed. I don't think so. So let's crack on. And strangely, I passed to myself immediately. Welcome to the meeting. And indeed, there are a number of members of the board who are here for the first time. So I'd like to welcome Liam Williams. Been with us a little while, Liam. You seem like a veteran already, but this is your first public board meeting. Angela Lewis, welcome, here as Director of Workforce and OD for the first time. Great that you're joining the organisation. Your first public board. We have a couple of apologies. Anna Rowan, Non-Executive Director, is unwell and can't be with us today. Lee Brooks is away on leave. I think that's much deserved, but we've got Judith Bryce. Welcome, Judith. I think this is the first time you've been. Yeah. Hugh Parry can't be with us today, family bereavement, unfortunately, but we've got Ian James here to cover him. I think other than that, if I missed anybody by way of welcome or apologies, we're at full complement. Okay, we're obviously quorate, so let's crack on. Move on to declarations of interest. We now have a standing register of declarations, so we don't repeat those at every meeting. You'll know if you are recorded in the register, but are there, as a double check, are there any other declarations that people wish to make relating to issues on the agenda? That's excellent. Okay, so let's move on from there. Very tightly timed this. I've only got 5 minutes for the opening procedure, but we have the minutes very well written of the last meeting on the 28th of July. Not going to go through those page by page. Trust that you've read them, but are there any points of accuracy? Damon?
Yeah, just there was one typo, I think, on it's page 7, item 3, and it says what was delayed the development. I think it's what was the delay with the development instead of it.
Thank you. That's more than adequate proof that you've read them through carefully, which is appreciated. Any other points of accuracy? Happy with that, Trish, as an amendment? So subject to that, we're happy to sign off those minutes. Yes. Okay, then we breeze on quickly to the action log. We've got an item deep dive on sickness action complete as far as the record is concerned. We've got a couple of update items. Liam, I don't know whether you wanted to say anything on the fit to sit protocol, which was one of those, wasn't it?
No, I've got
nothing to add at this point. So it's strictly speaking still ongoing, isn't it?
very much so.
And the other item is rather an expansive mention of transformation and the way forward, Jason, but whether you feel we want to pick that up in the latest in the agenda item around actions to reduce avoidable patient harm and so on.
Well, that's right, Chairman. We've got a paper on the board and we'll be updating on actions to avoid for avoidable harm, or to prevent avoidable harm, or mitigate avoidable harm. So we probably pick it up there.
Okay. Happy that that covers off the action log. Ms. Ramon. Okay, thank you. Moving on, sadly back to me again. As chair, the chair's report not written, which gives me enormous latitude, whereas Jason has the conviction to commit to paper in advance. So we're very much a different act, aren't we? Obviously, this is my last board meeting, so I've been reflecting on things. And I just wanted to give you some reflections as to where I feel we are as a board within the context of the organisation as a whole, making reference to this meeting as appropriate. It feels as though we are and have been and are in tough times. I mean, let's be truthful. Obviously, the pandemic followed by unprecedented pressures across the whole of urgent and emergency care. So particular pressure on our EMS services. And obviously, as we are well aware, and we'll come back to this, it's reflected in our response times and some of our results, which we are less than happy with. We're very much aware of that. But on a positive note, coming from that, I think what we have managed to do in quite recent times, and it's taken a lot of focus and your collective effort, we've managed explicitly to surface the impact of those pressures and our performance on patient safety and staff well-being in a way that we've never achieved before, and come up with a range of measures which we're going to look at today as to how to ameliorate those harms in a very difficult wider context. So I think that's been a big step forward. There's been a very explicit feed through from committees for the first time of concerns about that issue. It's headline on the agenda, so we're not ducking anything at all. And what we've also managed to do, I think, for the first time, I think this is breakthrough stuff, is get buy-in from both Welsh Government and key partners, and in particular health boards, around the wider system pressures and the actions that the health boards in particular can take to ameliorate those and therefore to help us out of our corner. We're the kind of symptom of wider pressures within the system, and obviously handover delays are central to that. So having had a chairs meeting earlier in the week, it's quite apparent that the issues we are facing are well understood. The solutions are not easy, but it's very much been held on the agenda by those organisations. And I think what we need to do from here, and today's meeting is part of this, is clearly as a board we need to continue to monitor the actions that we've agreed, those things where we can make a difference, roster review, all those kinds of things, sickness absence. And there's something in this about scrutiny of non-executives being quite tight and focused on those things rather than spread the net too widely and dissipate energy on those things that are less than mission critical at this point. So there's a very much a here and now observation here, which is that that's something we need to focus on in the next months, and probably a couple of years, because it's going to be a long haul. And beyond that, I think as a board, we need to keep that system-wide focus. So my successor as chair, no doubt, will pick up his role in that. For you, it will be important, Jason, also. But to try and help health boards succeed in what they need to do, which is going to be difficult because at times you're going to probably be in disagreement, but I think that's a very important activity for the future. What we have is, I think, that stands us in very good stead is we've got an emerging and quite sharp vision about where we want to get to as a service. That's going to stand us in good stead for many a year. And if we deliver on that vision, it should sure as eggs is going to make a difference to the pressures we're experiencing now, because it's the breakout change, I think, that will lead us through this. So as a board, I think we need to push on beyond my time with that work and into that territory and make space as a board to continue what we've, I think, started so well, and start to bring that through to some of our public board meetings where, as it starts to firm up. But that, of course, means bringing people with us. It's not a case of we've got an idea, let's just do it. We clearly need to bring our public along and on board with this. Folk will be watching today, not least because it requires behaviour change from members of the public and what we're seeking to do. So we don't want to present folk with a fait accompli, but give people a real stake in where we're trying to get to. So I think what's looming, and I know this is planned, Estelle, for the November board, is a big campaign of public stakeholder engagement to take this work forward. That to me seems absolutely critical, and if we can do that well and get buy-in and support, do it in a sophisticated way, I think that's going to make an enormous difference. And then we can start chipping away at the transformation work with that kind of body of public support behind us. If we don't do that, I think we'll struggle to get off the ground. And it'll also mean, I think, stating the very obvious, it's going to mean getting our staff on board and increasing their stake in the organisation and what we're trying to do. And yesterday's board workshop, I don't know what you felt, Jason, but the Michael West workshop we had in the morning of yesterday about compassionate leadership felt to me like a timely breakthrough session, looking at how we help our staff join us on this quest, engender a spirit of compassionate leadership across the organisation, create an empowered organisation where the whole becomes greater than some of the parts. That endeavour, particularly for you, Jason, and your team, is going to be a huge effort in the years ahead. We as a board need to support that. It's going to be absolutely critical. We've got the public on board with the direction and our staff buying into it. I think there's a real chance we can deliver. So those are closing reflections on the world. I've tried to keep it simple because there's a lot of other things we could talk about, but I think those are the two mission critical angles on things at the moment, namely the crisis of now, sticking with that, but hanging on to the big changes for tomorrow that will ultimately get us out of this. And of course, there are in the actions of now many things that are transformational, which we need to crack on with. The other big advantage we have, of course, we're looking around the table, we're at full complement again. Your team is now complete. We've got lots of bright new people to join bright people. That's really good. We've got a full complement of non-executives, a chair who's put in time to familiarise with the organisation is going to be joining running in a week or so. I think we're well placed to take this stuff forward. So I'll be looking in from the outside. I won't be joining the one with our own campaign. I shouldn't say that in public, really, but there we are. It's well meant that it'll be interested to see how we push on with this ahead of us. That probably segues into your report, Jason, I think, doesn't it?
Okay, thanks, Chairman. So item 6 has got the standard written report as normal, and I'll just pull out half a dozen or so items if I can, and then happy to take any questions. If I can first go to paragraph 4 and the dot point immediately above, the board obviously will want to, as we are a Crown service and we're proud to wear the Crown on our uniform and display that on our vehicle livery, recognise and reflect on the sad death of the late Queen Elizabeth II earlier this month. And in that connection, Martin, you and I attended a number of events on behalf of all of our people in the days immediately after the Queen's death. Firstly, I attended the Welsh National Proclamation, the reading of the proclamation of the accession of King Charles III as the King, and then you and I attended a service of reflection and thanksgiving at Llandaff Cathedral in the presence of the King a few days later. And then I was privileged to represent the whole organisation and all of our people in attending the Queen's State funeral at Westminster Abbey on Monday, the 19th of September. If I can take us to paragraph 5 of the report, can I just say well done to Chris and the team in finance. They've recently been awarded or obtained approved employer status from the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants, or ACCA as it's known. So there's a badge for the finance team to wear. It symbolises our commitment to development of staff in the finance team, and amongst other things, it is a good recognition for the work that Chris led in the finance team. So well done, Chris. Paragraph 34, if I can take you there, is about EPCR, and of course the board will be familiar with the fact that EPCR implementation, or phase 1 of EPCR implementation, concluded earlier this year with the final health board going live in Aneurin Bevan. What you can see now in paragraph 34 is that development of the base tool now is underway, with an interface having been designed to connect our electronic patient care record to the Welsh GP records system. So we've got development underway now to enhance the capability of the base product, the EPCR, and of course more of this to come in due course. Paragraph 41, if I can just draw this out for you. Martin, you mentioned in your kind of introductory remarks, the importance for us as an organisation to focus on the things which are within our control. You mentioned sickness and attendance rates, and of course one of the other things which is in our control in terms of efficiencies and contributing to improved patient experience is the roster change. Now, this has been a piece of work that's been in the offing since the demand and capacity review in 2019. We know that this affords us an efficiency equivalent to 72 whole time, so equivalent to 72 additional people over and above the growth we've already had. And behind the scenes, staff, local staff at each station, along with their local trade union partners, with their management teams and with the project team, have been developing new rosters over the last 12 months or so, which better meet the demand pattern when patients seek to access our services. And I'm really pleased to note and share with the board that the first new roster went live earlier this week on Monday. And we've got a 10-week rollout program now for rosters through to about the end of November. Now, in saying that, I just want to note thanks to all of the staff involved at every single station across the organisation, because of course this is a disruptive thing to do. We're changing the way that the pattern of work for all of our people in the EMS service, and that is disruptive. So staff have worked really well at a local level with their trade union partners and with local managers and with the project team to get to this point where we've got new rosters now designed by local staff for local people, for local stations, and we'll see those roll out over the next 9 to 10 weeks. So, from me personally, and clearly from the board as well, we want to thank everyone involved in that really big piece of work, but it's really important for access, improving access to our services. And then the final 2 points, if I can just draw out, appear at paragraph 55 and 56. So the board may well already be aware, but if not, a number of staff from the organisation were pleased to take part in the Pride Cymru march, an event this year in August, and the NHS and indeed our people were part of the head of the march and took pride in leading the Pride March through Cardiff. And then the final point I just want to draw the board's attention to appears at paragraph 56, and this is the Sexism and Sexual Safety at Work survey that we currently have underway across our organisation. We've been encouraging everyone across the organisation, staff and volunteers, to tell us about their experiences in the workplace. There's over 200 or so responses to that survey already, and it's really important that those who want to share their experience on these issues in the workplace complete that survey for us. And we're following up on a number of those individually, directly with those respondents where they choose to identify themselves. Of course, it can be done and completed anonymously. And we'll begin to share the feedback from that, the emerging themes, and our response to what comes out from that survey in the roadshows, the Chief Exec's roadshows, which will commence in 2 weeks' time. So we've got 6 events nationally. We'll start to play back to our people some of the themes that are emerging from that important survey, and crucially what we're going to do in response to those findings. So I'll stop there, Chairman, but happy to take any questions on the rest of the report.
Thank you, Jason, for those highlights of a very comprehensive report. Any questions or comments? Brandon.
Thanks, Chair. It's a comment really going back to the EPCR programme, where it stated the next stage is to gain endorsement from GPC Wales. I can update that we had the meeting with GPC Wales yesterday afternoon, and we had full endorsement to press ahead, and so we will now be going live with the linkage And in fact, the chair of GBC Wales was very complimentary about the engagement of the team throughout the process, and said that he wished more programmes within NHS Wales followed our example. So it was great endorsement for the team, good working across digital and clinical, and we can now proceed. So we will be setting up that pilot, probably using APPs initially from next month.
Excellent news. It's a quiet revolution, isn't it?
Yes, yes, it is. I mean, we've got a few revolutions going on in the digital world, because we've also this week been able to put in place the capability for ECNS to work with video, which is a first. So our clinical desk will be able to ask patients whether they wish to have a video consultation where it's appropriate. So all we've done at the moment is put the linkages in place. Not ready to go live yet, but we'll update as we progress with them.
Andy, you wanted to come in?
Yeah, and the Chara stuff is really welcome. I think the more, as Martin said earlier, the more we can show that we're taking ownership of change that positively impacts on what we do is really, really important. And the paramedic placements, I think that's something Andy and I spoke to Swansea about a while ago now. So that's really paramedic student placements. I think that's really useful from, enculturing the students that will likely work for us into the organisation, hopefully in a positive way. I've just had a question about the Australian experience of seasonal flu has been pretty awful. Their winter, we tend to follow suit. I just wonder, are we, sort of being as proactive as we absolutely can be with this current seasonal flu?
Rollout on the flu started this week.
Yeah.
I think a number of members got jabbed yesterday.
People were disappearing regularly yesterday.
It's just going to be vital given the challenge that we face in other All Wales protocol for COVID-19 sickness, for example.
I mean, just on that point, Chairman, if I can, in response to Kevin, as Andy has said, our national rollout programme of vaccinating or offering flu vaccinations commenced earlier this week. We'll be actively encouraging all our staff to take that offer up, not only, of course, to protect themselves from influenza, but to protect their loved ones, families at home, kids, parents, and so on, but also clearly to protect patients too. So it is important that we see as much uptake of the flu vaccine offered free to our people as we possibly can, and there'll be local vaccination clinics around the country in various locations over the coming weeks to enable that.
Great, thank you.
Paul, we'll come back to you, Brandon. You've had one bite.
Just wanted to draw attention really to paragraph 47, the additional staff. It was good yesterday. We had a board development session here, and some of us went on a tour. And it was really good to see some of the people training here. There were 60-something new members of staff here yesterday, very enthusiastic. We saw the kits, we saw the trainers. It was really good. And what's really encouraging is that the advert that we recently put out had 500 applications, so we are an attractive employer, which can't be said for lots of other organisations. So I think it's just important we recognise the amount of work that's taking place to sustain and develop our service.
I mean, if I can, Martin, just add to Paul's comment there, I think it's a good one to pull out, Paul. The students here will probably have had their classes disrupted quite a lot in a few weeks, because Andrew and I went in there and saw a bunch of them as well. But the point I just want to draw out is on the recruitment team. So you make the point about the 500 in response to the most recent advert, but of course, that 100 that we're talking about adding to the organisation now brings to a total of nearly 400 additional posts over the last 3 and a bit years in EMS alone, plus growth in 111, plus growth in corporate, plus growth in the clinical contact centres. So, you can see that the number of applications that the recruitment team have had to process in the last 3 years or so is into thousands and thousands. So I think for the purposes of the minutes, Martin, the board will want to thank the recruitment team for their sterling efforts, because every time they turn around, I keep pushing and say,
There's some more coming.
there's more coming. So to be fair to the recruitment team and the training team, they've done sterling work over the last couple of years and continue to do so today.
Absolutely, we'll capture that. Point well made. Thank you, Paul, for highlighting that. Sometimes we take what's right in front of you for granted, don't we? Brendan.
Thank you. It was just going back to Kevin's point. We're aware of the problems that Australia has had with the flu vaccine, and Public Health Wales is trying to push for an increase in the flu vaccine numbers. At the same time, we've seen COVID numbers increasing in the last couple of weeks, admissions going up. And so we're trying to ensure that we get the message across that it's quite safe to have the two vaccines together, close together. There was some reticence previously that's been shown to not be a clinical problem, but we are very concerned about the public uptake at the moment, particularly because of comments on social media and other areas which have no evidence base, but clearly been shown to have some influence on public decision making.
Thank
So
you.
anything we can do to promote it, we will certainly be undertaking.
Any other comments? Well, we're happy now to, I think we were asked to note your report, Jason, or Martin.
Yeah, it's on paragraph 50, 51, 52. It is encouraging to see that sickness absence is coming down. And my comment is a little bit tongue-in-cheek, actually. It's relating to 51, where it says one of the hotspots is related to, or pregnancy related for 5 employees. Now, I assume that pregnancy isn't regarded as a sickness within the statistics, but I assume the comment is related to sickness relating to people who are pregnant. Is that, am I getting that right? Just to understand why it's a hotspot.
Sorry, Martin, I'm not quite sure, but definitely it would be in relation to pregnancy-related absence while somebody is on, in work as such.
Paul, you come in on that point.
Just to say, at the People and Culture Committee, we had a deep dive which we've circulated the slides to, and that was, it's clear that there are differentials across Wales. And we were looking at the hotspots and why is that occurring? And it was pregnancy-related illness, not pregnancy.
Okay, that's okay. Just to make sure it wasn't regarded as.
No.
That's fine. It's worth being absolutely clear.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, I'm happy to note Jason's report. You look so you're going to say something. Sorry. Yes. Okay, good. Thank you. And a useful discussion as well. Covers many things. That moves us on to questions from the public. Now, things may have changed in the last few minutes, Estelle. They may not have.
And breaking news is, Chair, that they haven't changed. So we
Breaking
haven't
news.
had any questions in from the public, either via Zoom or Facebook at this point.
We may have them as the meeting progresses. So what we could endeavour, we'll take a sort of check at various stages. And if we can answer those questions as they arise, we'll endeavour to do so. Is that?
That's fine. My team will be monitoring on those two platforms
Okay.
to make sure that we capture anything that does come in, Martin.
Good. So that leaves us well ahead of time. And so we move on to our staff story. And I think Emery Ridley is joining us for this item. Is that under your?
That's my understanding.
Jim? Just a bit worried that she's probably not expecting to be called. We have Leah. Hello, Anne-Marie. Can you hear us?
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Volume in the room.
I guess we even want to say a few words of introduction.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me?
Yes, indeed. Just checking the sound. I've just asked Liam, welcome. It's great that you can join us. Just asked Liam to say a few words of introduction and we'll be across to you, PDQ, I think.
Yeah, indeed. So we thought we'd bring a staff story to this meeting to reflect the good work that people are doing. Colleagues will recognise that ambulance services across the UK collaborate on a number of different fronts, certainly at the most senior level and in how we develop our services. But also we have people who collaborate on the ground through different means. And as an organisation, actually, we've done quite a lot of mutual aid, particularly in response to the Queen's funeral, but also in response to other events around the United Kingdom. And we had a team of people that supported the Isle of Man TT on the ground, and they wrote a reflection for the wider organisation, which was of interest, and we thought it would be helpful for the board to hear what the experience was of one of our paramedics, Emery Ridley, and she's speaking on behalf of the team that went.
Brilliant. No pressure, Emery, but over to you.
No pressure
What's
whatsoever. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Emery Ridley. I'm an EMT2 based in Paramedic Station in the north. I'm 52 years of age. I've got 3 grown-up sons and 3 grandchildren. I've been working within the Welsh Ambulance Service for 6.5 years. Previously, I was EMT at the North West Ambulance Service. I've also worked in emergency departments in Bangor for 6.5 years, and previous to that, I was in the community with a ventilated tetraplegic. How the experience of providing mutual aid came about was Will Bellamy, the head of the ambulance service in the Isle of Man, approached Jason, our chief exec, asking would there be a possibility of mutual aid for the forthcoming TT races, as it hadn't been raced for 3 years due to COVID, and he was expecting a lot more visitors and competitors. Thankfully, our chief executive allowed some staff to go. The announcement went out over Siren and Yabba. We had to express an interest and why we wanted to go. I was one of the lucky ones who was chosen to go. For anybody who does not know and have not been to the Isle of Man, it is 33 miles long, 14 miles wide. It has a population of 84,000. It only has 3 ambulance stations based in Douglas, Ramsey and Ballasalla. Their HQ is based in the District General Hospital at Nobles. Clinically and operationally, the Isle of Man Ambulance Service only has 70 staff. When the TT is run, the population doubles and triples by 48 to 52,000 visitors. West happily sent out 3 weeks, 6 staff, 1 Dom, 3 paramedics, 1 APP, and myself only as technician. Firstly, we have to get all our heads around not having the MDT screen. They rely on sat-navs or 1 tablet device for postcodes. Also, they are in constant touch with their control rooms, receiving jobs, mobilising to jobs, arriving at jobs, leaving scene, leaving hospital, and they pre-alert everything that goes into hospital, which was amazing to us. Week 1, we spent on familiarisation of protocols, radios, equipment, training. As they use different defibrillators, they use life packs, and they are slowly introducing corporals. They have the Lucas device, which we have to be trained on, which we don't use in Wales. They have Penthrox, which we don't use in Wales. They had different stretchers to us, scoops to us, sorry. They had a combi stretcher scoop that clips inside us rather than head and foot. They also have razor chairs, which we have Manga Elk. They have different splints to our splints, our Kendrick splints. They have a Smiths and Slishman splint, sorry. So it was a lot to get our head around. Weeks 2 and 3, we were operational with the crews. They have a paramedic tech crew. They also have paramedic and ECA mix, which is quite an eye-opener. We had to also work our way through call signs, race control, control tower, police, traffic lights, due to the immense road closures and one-way systems in place while the track was live. As a technician in Wales, it was a great experience using all different equipment and medication. As a small island and limited pathways, Isle of Man technicians can do a lot more within their scope. It was an eye-opener as to what medications they can give compared to here in Wales and how other services work and train. My first job on my shift was a major trauma. A motorcyclist had come off his bike over 100 miles an hour and high-sided, gone over the handlebars, into a field with a steep hill on it. Of course, lots of broken bones, but still talking to us. It was a great opportunity to put into practice my skills learned within WAST and also the new equipment we have been trained on, the Penthrox Slishman splint and our pelvic blinders. Isle of Man use head rolls rather than head blocks. Unfortunately, the Isle of Man don't have access to a mountain rescue team and helicopters as quick as here in WAST. They only have helicopters available to them on the race week. So they only get the Great North Air Ambulance for a short time, and they are in talks with trying to get the Great North Air Ambulance to provide air cover to them on a constant basis. The gentleman we managed to stabilise, he got to the island from the hospital to the mainland within 2 hours, and he survived. We found out he survived. The rest of the jobs I had were like here, run of the mill, shortness of breath, falls, breathing difficulties, like any other ambulance service. That was until my last job. We had a call to the Isle of Man airport. A man on a commercial airliner had had a cardiac arrest, which was relayed by the pilot of the EasyJet flights to the control tower. We got there, followed air protocols aboard of the flight. Thankfully, all other passengers were offloaded. Once we arrived, there was ongoing CPR by the fire service, but they had the patient still lying on the seats. So myself and my Isle of Man colleagues put the patient in the aisle. The fire service helped us do CPR, and then we put on the Lucas device, which we've been trained on, which we don't have it here in Wales, but I am aware that the emergency department services have them and our helimed services. We took the patient was taken by air over to the Nobles Hospital, and we found out the patient survived and was sitting up the next day in CCC. It was a great feeling to know that this device and all my training and training of all the other services, that this patient survived. On our rest days, we get to see some of the island, watch the TT, meet the riders, which was a bonus. I always spent 2 days working in the emergency department as well, just for experience, as I previously worked in one. As I was the only technician, I was not allowed to work with the Manx Roads Race and Medical Services, which are the actual cover who provide for the TT, or I wasn't allowed on the roads policing units because you need a paramedic there. My colleagues did assist them and did work with them for some time, which you have to be registered. I truly believe that this has been the best experience I've ever had being in the Isle of Man for the TT. The staff and management were all very approachable, especially Will, the head of the ambulance. They really looked after us. Nothing was too much trouble for them. We got accommodation, 3 meals a day. We all had hire cars. Going forward, I really would like it if WASP could introduce Penthrox, which is a non-opioid controlled drug and emergency analgesia. It helps to reduce severity of pain, but does not stop the pain. It would be nice if we could get a Lucas device on each EA, but I know how costly that's going to be. But it did make me aware how many more lives possibly could be saved. All in all, we don't know how spoilt we are here in WAST and in Wales. We have a great health and wellbeing programme. We have TRIM. We have all the digital equipment needed. We have a training programme, which is absolutely great. Our paramedics have a lot more pathways. We also have NHS Direct, 111, Mountain Rescue, 4 helicopters, basics doctors. We also have 2 universities that provide excellent paramedic courses. People on the island who need to do paramedic courses or want to do paramedic courses have to go to the mainland. I would just like to say a massive thank you to Steve Sheldon, the service manager for North, and also to Jason, our chief exec, very much for the opportunity to represent WAST in such a formal manner. Thank you.
Emery, that was fantastic. You're a great. Can we clap? Let's just clap. Absolutely fantastic presenter, very articulate, and such an advocate for the service. Amazing. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of questions, and you've got a couple of very good plugs in there for essential things, which is part of the deal. And there are a lot of people nodding around the table. I'm sure there's going to be some comments. So if you wouldn't mind staying with us, I'll see what we got by way of hands going up. Joga.
Thanks, Chair. Anne-Marie, thank you very much for that. It was really great to listen to your staff story there. I just a couple of comments. I think it's a brilliant opportunity that was presented. I think as an organisation, for the development of our staff, for the exposure of our staff to other kind of incidences, issues and areas, working with other organisations, I think we really need to encourage mutual aid. And I welcome any kind of additional comments, skill sets, that areas of learning that you would have picked up. I would welcome that you share that as much as you can with colleagues and the board. I know you mentioned the Lucas device, and I understand there's Charu are starting to use, and there's a couple of other devices that you mentioned that, yeah, if there's an area that we can improve, I think we'd welcome it as a board. But I just wanted to say thanks for that and sharing the experience that you've had there. It seems to be really, really positive. And I also wanted to ask, what was it like with the local ambulance crews there, working with them, you guys kind of going across? How was that received? And did that work well? And did you have any other kind of on the ground knowledge learning that you could probably bring back, having worked with local crews, that you think actually they're doing something slightly different on the actual ground at local stations that we may want to implement?
All the crews were very welcome, and considering they've got these 6 people from the mainland in Wales, they all thought we were going to be, I think a couple of staff thought we were all going to be backwards, because yeah, it's Wales. I don't know why they thought we were going to be like that. No, they were all very, very approachable. Everything that we needed to know, they would know. They wanted to go on the vehicles that had life packs on. We wanted to go on the vehicles that had the corporals on. So disagreements there. Their ambulances, they had a lot of brand new ambulances, but now thankfully we've got loads of brand new ambulances now. It's great. Their devices, they had what was called a razor chair, which we use a Mangarel, but their razor chair, it's just like a very small seat. It comes in 6 pieces, and you charge it like the Mangarel, and it seems so much easier to use than their Mangarel. Their scoop, we use the Ferno one here. Theirs is called a combi aid, and it's still a scoop, but where on the Ferno ones we have a head and feet where you have to clip them in. These ones are at the side, one's at the basically shoulder height, and one's at ankle height where you clip it in there. They seemed a lot more easier to use. Like they have the Penthrox, the green whistle, which is the non-opioid. You don't need to be a paramedic to use it. Their radios, they have way too much time to talk to control. Control need to know where the CPC. They need to know where they are every minute. They have to talk to them on the radio, then they have to hit a button to tell them exactly what they've just told them. Their airwaves aren't like ours. They're on an open channel, so I didn't like that side of it, because if you're with a patient and another call was going out, the patient could hear what was going on. They give the postcodes and addresses but no names, but they still give what the problem was, which I didn't like. So I think we're very lucky this side to have the communications that we have got set up, and it's protecting GDPR as well, you know, all that data protection stuff that you need to do within the service.
Good stuff. Yeah, thank you. Judith, I think you wanted to.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Anne-Marie. That was fabulous to hear. You had such a great time, and of course, there was such a lot of planning that went into that as well. So, thank you to the teams that made that happen. It was a great opportunity for our staff, as we've heard, and I know they were looked after really well, because we saw, you know, the things that they were putting into place for the team. I think it's part of an ongoing relationship that we have now with the Alaman. It's great to see. I think they do things, some things differently to us, and we do some things differently to them. So it's good to see that we can help them to develop as well, as part of that relationship. And subsequently, we have sent staff to the Grand Prix in August as well. So this is I think an ongoing relationship with the Isle of Man, which is really good to see. Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Got Brendan and Andy. Being very polite.
I was
going to pick up on a couple of the comments on equipment and medication. So with regard to Penthrox, it is something that we have looked at. We've produced a business case. The thing that's holding us back is the licensing in this country means that we cannot use it universally, and there are still cases where we need alternatives, including Entonox, which is the medication that the vehicles routinely carry. If we were able to completely replace Entonox, it would make it a cost-effective proposition. But at the moment, it is expensive, and the business case, as I said, has been drawn up. But it is a question of cost for this particular drug. And there are some issues around whether it is any more effective than the current medication that we can give. The advantage with it is its ease of use. In terms of the Lucas device, these were assessed on an international research program. I think it was the original Paramedic study, which actually found that the artificial mechanical aids were no more effective than good chest compression and didn't result in any significant advantage in terms of patient outcome. So they were not recommended for universal use. However, as has been shown in some instances, particularly the air ambulance or retrieving patients from difficult situations, they can be an effective tool for maintaining chest compressions during the transfer. And it's on that basis that we're using them for the Charu work. So as that goes forward, we will continue to assess the impact of the Lucas device, and we will obviously continue to monitor and make recommendations dependent on that. The other equipment, we are just talking variations on the theme. We've got an equipment group that monitors the equipment that we use and we introduce into the organisation. So we will continue to look at any new devices that come through in that area.
And when you began, you talked about Penthrox on the basis, of course, the Isle of Man is a different jurisdiction, so to speak, isn't it?
It is, and I know that for certain conditions, particularly things such as mountain rescue, rescuing people from sports events, they will use Penthrox, sometimes even out of license. But it's not a medication that is being regularly used across UK ambulance services at the moment.
Okay, Andrew, do you want to come in on the back of?
Yeah, I mean, Brendan's touched upon a few of my points, and just the Lucas one I'll kind of pick up on. Like Anne-Marie, I am a big fan of Lucas devices, used them on many occasions in previous organisations as well. But as Brendan's points out, that it's the judicious uses where the evidence and the guidance says as to how we should use them as opposed to routinely. Just for your own reassurance there, Anne-Marie, is we'll start the Charu training up in North Wales, should I say, only this week. So we've moved to staff going through that process, and actually today. So I'm confident you'll start to see the Lucas devices out in use in the subsequent weeks. And just as an aside, just in terms of that learning from other organisations, that I think is important that we do. We've just recently done an exchange with London Ambulance Service in terms of a group of our advanced paramedics going to London to get some learning from their programme, and then the Welsh they're coming back to Wales to get some learning from us. So we've got a number of these schemes where we're exchanging learning between different organisations, so we can pull that back for practice.
That's excellent. Thank you. David, you wanted to come in?
Yeah, I was just going to make a comment on the equipment, the razor chair. I totally agree with you. It's a fantastic bit of kit. We have appraised it at the clinical equipment group prior to the COVID. At the time, I think there was issues regards to the company being able to support such a large organisation with replacements or breakages. But I think it is something we should definitely look into, because I agree, it's an absolutely fantastic piece of kit. And the other thing I'm just going to add was in relation to other schemes, really grateful that the trust has supported this and other the Grand Prix event as well. But I'm taking an opportunity to tell staff that we have the post-bursary scheme. And if there are any sort of unique ideas that staff have like this, which they need financial support for, please, apply to the bursary scheme, because it is there, and we do look at these types of things and support them.
Well, mate, thank you. Bethan.
Thank you, Chair. Anne-Marie, I'm one of the non-exec directors, and I just wanted to thank you for coming to share your story with us today. Jog has actually picked up on the specific question I was going to ask you, which is around what are the key learning points you could bring back to WAST. But what I did want to check on was whether you had an opportunity to have proper feedback sessions, sort of debrief sessions with senior staff back at WAST, so that we can make sure that if there are any learning points from your trip out to the Isle of Man, that we don't lose that we bring them back and make the best of those here. And the other thing, before I ask you if you can give some response to that, please, is I just wanted to say, listening to your story, I was smiling for most of it, because it was so positive. You were clearly showing us how much you enjoyed it and how much you gained personally from this. As a board, we always hear from staff, we hear staff stories, and that's crucial to us, because without knowing those things, we are not aware, and therefore we can't respond appropriately. Unfortunately and understandably, most of the staff stories we hear are depicting the various challenges and difficulties that staff face, which is completely understandable, and it's at an unprecedented level because of what's been going on. So hearing your story today was so refreshing, Anne-Marie, and I'm just so pleased that you were able to have the opportunity to go out there. So if I can just ask you, have you had those feedback debrief sessions, and are there any little golden nuggets that you could bring back beyond the Penthrox and everything else we've talked about?
No, we had a chance to talk to John Cross, who was the Dom that come across with us. I have spoken to our locality managers about the experience we had there. I was smiling myself inside, reading it to you, because it's like bringing back like happy memories. As a lover of motorbikes and anything that goes fast, it was the best opportunity ever. So I urge anyone who wants to go to the Isle of Man to the TT, if the event comes up again for staff to get the chance to go, It was just the best time ever. It was great.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul, and then I'm going to go to you, Jason.
Hi, Anne-Marie. I'm a non-exec director as well. And one of the things it's probably not for you, but I wonder how much of your story has gone out on our website, for example, the intranet, because it's such a positive story, and you paint a picture of WAST that is positive, which may be helpful for all of us and our partners to see that actually we've got good people, good equipment. We've got good partnerships. So I wonder if we could spread your message beyond the board into the staff groups, really.
Yeah, I know there was a piece put out through Yammer and Siren, and we were asked for comments. So I think Kieran, one of the paramedics, he put something out. I put a small section out, and I think John, the Dom that come with us, he put a section out. So there was positive feedback there. But yeah, you can happily share it. I've got no problems at all with that.
It'd be useful to pull that together to create the story of your visit and what you gained from it. So I'm looking at Estelle probably in terms of how we pull that together and make it a more comprehensive piece of work.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. I did have my hand up, in fact, and we
Oh,
have shared this publicly as well. So
Great.
I'll send a link around to the board to the story that's on the website. I'm not sure, Anne-Marie, whether we've pulled out perhaps sufficiently the learning, because it was more, so that might be something I'll ask the team to look at with your colleagues that who went with you as well. So we've got that full spectrum just as a learning piece as opposed to a promotional piece. But happy to do that. I'll send the link round to board members after today's meeting so you can see at least the web-based story.
Well, thanks.
Excellent. Thank you. Jason, you've listened patiently to the discussion. You reckon?
Well, look, Anne-Marie, firstly, can I say thank you to you for volunteering and agreeing to go, and also to your colleagues that went with you. As others have said on the board this morning, it's great to hear the positive impact that the opportunity had for you. And of course, you know, we do this. We agreed to support mutual aid requests to the Isle of Man, because we have reciprocal arrangements across the entirety of the UK and the islands for mutual aid. So it's not just about us sending people to other jurisdictions across the UK. We also can receive and have received in the past, and indeed do receive on a daily basis, mutual aid in terms of 999 call handling on a national basis. So that's one of the reasons why it was important for us to support it. But the second, and arguably the most important reason for me, was about affording the opportunity for our people, such as Marie, Anne-Marie and colleagues that went to the Isle of Man on this particular deployment, but we heard about the one to London for the state funeral as well. It's an opportunity for our people to experience different services, different jurisdictions, recognise and see how well we do or don't do things compared to others, bring back best practice, but also a development opportunity for our people. So, you know, where we can, we will always want to support mutual aid requests, be they pre-planned or spontaneous, because there's a range of benefits, not only you know, for our people as individuals and individual clinicians, but for us as an organisation in the learning that comes back, that we bring back, and of course, you know, supporting mutual aid requests for others means that when we need mutual aid, others will want to support us too. So thank you, Anne-Marie, for taking the time this morning and for agreeing to volunteer and go, and pass on my thanks as well to those that went with you.
And for me as departing chair, Anne-Marie, brilliant to hear from you today. I think an example to the rest of the organisation of positive enthusiasm, which I've greatly enjoyed. Long may it continue. So thank you so much for coming today.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Martin. Thank you, Jason.
You take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Good discussion. Thank you. Very, very worthwhile to hear that and to participate in that discussion. We'll backtrack slightly because I believe in the meantime we've had a couple of questions through Estelle from the public. Jason, you'd actually like to pick those up yourself, I think, now.
Well, I'm not sure on the total questions, but I'll field them, and if
there were two at the last count,
I'll field them and bringing support from colleagues if I need to.
There were, thanks, Chair. So one of them we've answered, but as a courtesy, I'll absolutely ask the question. So this is from a colleague posted, or not a colleague, an individual posted to one of the platforms. It says, "I see you supported a motorcycle event. However, when I called 999 for an ambulance after having a stroke on Monday, I was told there would be a 3-hour wait for an ambulance. Fortunately, my daughter's boyfriend came up from a job he was working on in Cardiff and took me to the Grange Hospital, where eventually I was sorted out by the wonderful staff there. Surely priorities would be to ensure by whatever means possible enough ambulances and the really great personnel you have are more available rather than some speeding motorbike event, which is not exactly a priority. Maybe the board members can go and see what it's really like in the A&E department. There were over 60 people waiting to be seen. They were packed into a very small room. This is not a criticism of the ambulance personnel at all, just how it's organised."
Okay, thanks, Estelle. So, I mean, it's a great question. I'll start off clearly with an apology to the patient in this particular question, but also to all of those patients that have waited far longer than we would like for their emergency ambulance response, not only in recent days, but in months gone by too. The board will be familiar with the reasons for that. And indeed, we touched, Estelle, didn't we, on some of the things we're doing in my report to the board earlier, some of the things that are within our control to improve our efficiency, reducing our sickness absence, deploying new rosters, big growth and recruitment, as just 3 examples. And of course, another one which we didn't touch on was the increase in our hear and treat rate, or what's now known as consultant close. And indeed, we're exceeding the efficiency target that was identified for us in that regard. That was to get to 10% of daily volume being closed by way of consultant close. And of course, we're now routinely hitting between 12 and 14. And we have an aspiration to stretch that to 15% by the end of this calendar year. So there's lots of stuff we're doing to change how we work and how we deliver the service, given the environment across the NHS which we're working in. And it's highly likely that on this occasion, when that patient did arrive by their own transport means, that they would have seen a large number of ambulances queuing at the emergency department at the Grange. And indeed, that will be the case across other emergency departments in Wales too. Now, the board are familiar with, and indeed we've got a paper later on the agenda today, looking at what actions we're taking internally, but also what we're doing with the rest of the health system across Wales to reduce and mitigate those handover delays, because it is those which are materially inhibiting our ability to respond to patients in a timely way in the community. And just by way of example, for the person who's asked the question, Estelle, last month we lost 30% of our emergency ambulance fleet capacity to emergency department handover delays. That means that our fleet is much higher utilised than it needs to be able to respond in a timely way. We recognise that's a problem, but of course the solutions to those problems are not immediately within our control. And that's why we have to work with health board partners across the NHS in Wales to see improvement in that particular area.
Just a sequel comment from me. I mean, that discussion about Anne-Marie's experience showed very clearly the benefits of working in other ambulance services and learning from that. People come back as better professionals, if you like, and that's a critical thing, isn't it?
I suppose the final point on that, Martin, if I can, is much of those deployments on mutual aid, when they're pre-planned, are done on people's rest days. Yeah, so they are done when people are on days off. So it's not an abstraction or a reduction in the available ambulance cover locally. Much of that pre-planned mutual aid is done on rest days.
Kerry, sorry.
Yeah, thank you. So just, for the purpose of the public, I just want to say I'm a non-executive director, Kerry Jackson, and I just wanted to give some assurance really on the point around going out on visits. So I was at the Grange, I think about 4 weeks ago, also in Cardiff, and several of us were in Wrexham a few months ago. So absolutely, we are going out and about, and we understand those challenges. And just in relation to stroke, recently I've had conversations and raised issues around, if there is no ambulance available, what is our position in terms of other transport? Liam and I have had conversations over email about that recently. So I just thought that context might be helpful. Thank you, Chair.
That's very helpful. I certainly have also been out with crews and around emergency departments and talked to crews about their experience. And there is something about recognising that staff can become very worn down by the current working experience. Having the opportunity to have a different experience in a different place refreshes people. I think that's pretty fundamental. But it's still a very important question to be asked. So thank you for being raised. Should we go to this second question?
There's just one other, Chair, and that takes us back to the passing of the late Queen, because we are, as Jason has said earlier, a Crown Badge organisation. And that question has come from James Jenkins, and James asks, will the ambulance crest need to be changed to the new King's crest, which I believe was launched yesterday or the day before?
Yeah, thanks, Estelle. So it's a really good question. And yes, the Crown, the King's cipher was released earlier this week, and the Crown, the design of the Crown for a male monarch does change from that of the late Queen. We won't be routinely or wholesale removing items of uniform, livery, stationery and so on that bear the late Queen's crown, but as replacements occur, we will be swapping out the old graphic and replacing that with the King's crown.
Thank you, Jason. And that concludes the
Current
question.
state of play with questions. We may get more, so we might well come back to that. Thank you, Jason, for those answers. We'll move on, if I may. We're on to items for approval, assurance, or discussion. Given the last discussion there, progress on actions to mitigate avoidable patient harm is obviously very much an issue at the moment. Tracks back to my introductory remarks about where we've got to with that. Jason, you're going to introduce this item because the report's in your name, I think, isn't it?
It is. Thank you, Martin. And I may well draw on assistance from Rachel and some of the detail in the action plan, but I'll talk to the covering paper if I can, please. So this is an update report for the board. The board will remember that last time we met in public, we saw and discussed in detail a multi-point action plan, capturing the things that we're doing both internally, some of which we've already discussed today, and also those things which we're doing with partners across the system to ameliorate and mitigate avoidable patient harm as a result of the emergency department handover delay pressures, which we've just touched on in response to a question. So this paper seeks to update the board on progress on some of the key issues or actions within the plan. And if we go to paragraph 6, we can see there that we've got good progress on the immediate release directions policy. So this was a refreshed or new procedure that colleagues across the NHS agreed to, and this was to dramatically reduce and indeed improve compliance with immediate release directions that we make to emergency departments. So just for the benefit of the public listening here, what this means is that when we have an immediately life-threatening call, so a red call, or a call which we categorise as amber 1, which means it's serious but not immediately life-threatening, and we have no ambulance available to immediately respond to that patient locally because the fleet is delayed at an emergency department handing over, we make a request to that emergency department for that vehicle to be released immediately, as the title of the policy suggests, and we monitor compliance with that. With those directions, and what we are able to see in the data which we share weekly with health boards is good improvement in compliance with red immediate release directions, and some improvement in compliance with amber 1s, but there is more to do in compliance with the amber 1 immediate release request. But overall, we have seen improvement as a result of the new policy when we make such requests. On action 21, which was one of the other big ones, which was a 25% reduction in lost handover hours, regrettably, this is not going in the right direction. And you can see in the graph that appears at the top of page 4, the trajectory that had been set as a result of the handover improvement plans for each of the local health boards across Wales, and the actual position shown against that. What we see actually is a decaying position in terms of total lost minutes or lost capacity, and indeed last week closed at just over 6,500 hours lost for the week, which from memory, I would need to check this point. I would need to check this point, but I think it's our second highest ever worst week in terms of losses. Judith might be able to. It is, yeah, okay. So substantial losses last week, which of course, led to significant delays for some patients in the community. So that's gone the wrong way. Underneath that graph, you can see also the point that we've been working on with the Chief Ambulance Services Commissioner, which is to eradicate handover delays in excess of 4 hours. So essentially have a hard stop, which says there will be no vehicle which waits more than 4 hours to hand over an emergency department. And again, we haven't seen the commensurate improvement that we were expecting here. And indeed, in the last week, we have seen some very long what we describe as extreme handover delays at some of our departments. So whilst we've got some progress, I think it's fair to report, Chairman, in some of the actions that are the responsibility of health board colleagues to deliver, which we work with them in partnership to deliver. We have still got progress to be made on some of those other key aspects. And then in terms of the actions which are within our control, we've touched on sickness already, and from my report earlier, all colleagues will see that we have seen improvement, and we are largely on the trajectory we set ourselves as part of the IMTP for improvement. I've reported already to the board that we've got our new rosters going live, and I've already, in response to a question just now, touched on the hear and treat rate, or the consultant close rate, improving too. So for those actions which are within our control, we've got progress, we've got good traction on the recruitment, as Paul touched on earlier, Chairman, and we've got high confidence now that we will see genuine growth of 100 whole-time equivalents deployed operationally by the 23rd of January 23, so January next year, and we continue to work through EASC on the other actions. So that's a summary really of where we've got to. Perhaps I'll bring Rachel in, Chairman, just to pull out some of the highlights from the action plan which appends the report, and then of course we can take any questions.
Thanks, Jason. I mean, in fact, hopefully people have read this, and you've pulled out in the covering report, I think, some of the highlights there. As you say, particularly looking through those which relate to us. There's a lot of greens there, particularly around recruitment, and of course it isn't just the frontline staff. Judith and team are working on additional CFR capacity that we've had some funding on. So that's really positive. And even though I think, as we reported previously, we didn't receive the external funding for an increase in APPs this year, we have made decisions internally to actually recruit and train a further 18 paramedics on top of the part-time courses that we've already got going. And I think 10 are starting in September, with hopefully the rest commencing in January, both in the north and in the south of the country. So that's smaller than we would have liked, but actually, good progress that we're trying to make some progress on that transformation agenda, which will then start to feed into improvements, as we go down the track. You've mentioned the roster review and the sickness absence, which is working well. And the consultant close, which again we've made some good progress on, and further expected now in the coming months. And of course, there's all the BAU stuff, the work of the ODU, for example, who work 24/7, really supporting the whole of the system in managing some of these pressures and demands. So I don't think there's probably nothing else to particularly put out of that, Jason. But obviously, any non-execs or others want any questions, then happy to look at any of those further in detail.
I was just going to contextualise this, and I'll go to you, Liam, first, which is perhaps a question for you, then we'll open it out, which is, what's your take on the outlook from here, given the report today? A number of areas are not running to plan. The big picture stuff is the most difficult. And we have to recognise that health boards have got some huge challenges around delayed transfers of care. What's the outlook from your perspective, and what influence will that have on what we need to do next? I'll come back to my opening comment about helping health boards succeed.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think, Chairman, the outlook is particularly difficult. I think, in essence, we are in October now, so we're entering the winter period. We're entering the winter period with lost hours due to emergency department handover delays at the worst they've ever been, and that is despite a lot of effort from us and from health board colleagues at improvements there. Now, we are doing all that we can to create additional capacity and be more efficient with the capacity that we have. And I've touched on some of those actions already, and there are many more. There are many more beneath that the Operations Directorate, that Lee, Judith, and others are doing in the Operations Directorate to squeeze out, let me describe it like that, as much efficiency as we can as we enter winter. But whatever we do, the scale of the losses around us are such that we cannot mitigate those with any action that we take. So you know, we are, I think, in for a winter which is going to be particularly difficult. Patients with less serious conditions are going to sadly continue to wait longer than we would like through the winter, and it's going to be increasingly tough for our people too, because we know the workplace experience for colleagues in particularly in clinical contact centres, in the 999 call handling areas, and operationally on the streets in the EMS service. The workplace experience is particularly difficult at the moment. I suspect, sadly, that is going to remain for the months across the winter, despite all of our best efforts and despite everything we're doing to try and improve that. So, you know, the Workforce Directorate and others are focused on what we can do to support our people in the workplace to keep them fit and healthy. And we're doing as much as we can there as well. We continue to apply pressure and work with government and health board colleagues. But I do think we're in for a particularly difficult winter.
On that social note, I'll open it out further. Liam, sorry to interject there, but it's important we understood the implication of what we just heard, wasn't it?
Indeed, and actually all I was going to do is supplement what Rachel and Jason said with just a couple of things that I'm pushing from a exec quality perspective. One is, I just want to link us back to the beginning in terms of how we can all play our part. I'm just going to reinforce that the vaccination programs for seasonal flu and for COVID are critical to supporting us to do the best we can with our population. So that's not just for our people that work for us, it's actually for the colleagues and members of the public that are listening to us today. Everyone who has their vaccination will give themselves the greatest protection, and by having that protection they are going to have a less likely incidence of needing our service. So they may still become poorly, but they're less likely to need our service. So I think those public health messages are really important for us to ensure out there. I'm also going to highlight that we had the Exec Quality Directors of Nursing last Friday. That included the Chief Nurse, and we are going to have a follow-up meeting from that, which will have a total focus on urgent and emergency care, quality and safety, and understanding of how we're dealing with that across our respective organisations. And one of the things that I've been pushing quite hard on is, and alongside Brendan, alongside Lee and Dean, sorry, I'm just blank, is actually consistency of care pathways. And I think, again, it's really important that we really focus on those care pathways which are high volume, high impact, and ensuring that they are available consistently across Wales for the population, that they are accessible for us. And by being accessible to paramedics, they are accessible then to community matrons, to GPs, other frontline clinicians that are working in the community with these vulnerable individuals often. So I think there's some really strong messages there that we can continue to promote around high impact, high volume care pathways, prophylactic planning, so thinking about care plans, be that for deterioration, exacerbation, or be that actually in the context of end of life care, making sure that everyone understands what we need to do. So I will be pushing those particular items in that meeting. And then finally, my final comment in this was just in terms of the harm, and I'm just reflecting a little bit back on the comment that came from the member of the public. A number of us around this table hear the numbers that come from productivity. So we talk about lost productive hours, we talk about what that means in terms of our ability to respond. But I would just want to give the absolute reassurance that across the organisation, underneath those productive hours, we completely get that there are patients and families who have had a poor episode of care. And we spend a lot of time reviewing our own response. So really thinking hard about what we do and could we have done anything differently or better at our end of the response, as well as understanding where the response from other partners has caused there to be a poor experience of care with great regret, often leading to harm and worse. So I just wanted to couple into the conversation, the paper, the presentation by Rachel, the very real conversation that is happening with exec directors of quality across Wales. There's no everybody is equally cited on this. I don't sit opposite colleagues and they sit there and go, well, it's your problem. They absolutely do not do that. There's an awful lot of complexity out there that sits behind the challenge that we experience in our service.
Really powerful messages, Liam, I think, and well said. That point about public, help us help you, vaccination. We see patients, not just numbers of lost hours, and we look at what we could have done better. So that's important. And we're talking to the other key organisations face to face about how we can work together with pathways to make a difference across the whole system. But let's hang on to those things. They're hugely important. So thank you. Martin.
Yeah, I mean, we've been here so often now, a similar discussion. We've had so many meetings for a number of years. And I guess, you know, the eradication of handovers now, it's interesting that in Jason's report, it talks about 4 hours almost now being acceptable, effectively, that anything less than 4 hours is acceptable. We're 2,000, I think you said in August, over 2,000 in the month of August. That's half a day, people waiting outside hospitals across Wales. I don't think it's going to get better. And from our perspective, your point on one of the questions you asked this board, you know, what should we be doing? We should assume that it's going to get the same or worse. I don't think we should assume it's going to get better. I see no indication. We've been here so often. Why should we assume that it's going to get better? 1,000 more beds may not happen. That's what this report says. Even if it did, I'm not convinced it would release beds within the hospitals. Lengths of stays may go up, and the delayed transfers in hospitals would be the same. So my view is we concentrate on what we can do, and Jason made this point. What can we do? One problem we will have is by increasing our capacity is we actually increase the queues at the hospital. Because if they can't go anywhere, we're just picking up more patients, putting them in the backs of ambulances and queuing outside hospitals with more patients who would otherwise, as of today, be at home. Now, I'm not saying they're better off at home. They're probably not. They're probably better off with an ambulance crew. I get that and understand that. But it is not a good service. But nevertheless, that will be the reality, as I see it, of increasing our crews. So the other thing Jason said, well, one of the things we could do potentially is keep people out of hospital. I think Liam talked about, you know, looking at the frequent flyers, if you like, and the sorts of people that we respond to day in, day out, who may have alternatives to hospitals, like our see and treat. You know, that's where possibly we could concentrate. Maybe it's things like drawing the thresholds for admission a bit lower than they are at the moment. I don't know. I'm not an expert. I'm just looking at the numbers and thinking, you know, and the other that I notice here, you know, should we assume, what do you call it? Clinical safety plan level 4A. I'm not sure what those mean, but I assume that you have different levels of response depending on, you know, the circumstances out there. And we need to start assuming that that's where we're going to be. Don't assume we're going to get there, and let's keep our fingers crossed. I think we assume the worst, and anything that improves that situation we regard as a bonus rather than the other way around. So, you know, my view is we take this really seriously. We assume the worst, and as the saying goes, you know, plan for the worst and hope for the best. And I think that's where we are. I believe the ambulance service and Jason and his team are doing a great job. And in these difficult circumstances, I'm not here to criticize anything they're doing. I think everything they're doing is fantastic. And we have a situation where the hospitals are clogged up and we're at the end of it. And we just need to look at what can we do better, what can we do best, and move on that basis. Sorry, Chairman, it sounds a bit of a...
No, that's fine. I agree with you that we must assume the worst, but I think we should aim high to achieve the best. In other words, do everything that we can, both to achieve things that our organisation can deliver on, but also to help other people succeed, which is what I like particularly about Liam's contribution around working with nursing directors, looking at the things where we join up. I think that's we can't give up on that. That has to be sustained. just given the circumstance. I guess you probably want to come in there.
Thanks,
Jason.
Jim, and Martin. I think the points you make are well made. At the moment, our working assumption in terms of our winter forecasting and planning is that we will go through winter with the current level or worse of disruption and handover delay around us. That's our planning assumption. Hence, we're focused, as I've said, on doing everything we possibly can as we head into winter over the next 4 to 6 weeks to improve the efficiency of the resource we have and to produce as much as we have. But the point you make about more hours on the streets and making bigger queues at the emergency department is entirely valid. And of course, we saw that, didn't we? If we think back to this time last year, at the end of the pandemic and the third deployment of military support to us, we had 250 additional people available to us through military support. We put on about 10 to 12% more ambulance capacity as a result of that. And whilst we saw a slight reduction in the tail, the very long waits that people were seeing in the community, we didn't see a significant improvement in performance because, of course, those additional ambulances pick up a patient and join a queue. So that's why our strategy for the future, what we refer to as the kind of inverting the triangle, inverting the service model, becomes so important to us, because we have to assume at the moment that the system around us is going to stay in the current position for some time to come. Now, there's work ongoing, as we know, at government level with the six goals for urgent emergency care and so on, which should over time lead to those improvements. But certainly in the short term, we're operating in an environment where disruption will continue to occur to our service, which we have limited, if any, control over. So Rachel mentioned, 18 further advanced paramedic practitioners that we put into education on a full-time program now. That's a choice that we've made. It's not with additional, transition funding from the centre. It's something we think we need to do. We believe we need to do, because we have to get to a point where we are genuinely only conveying those patients to an emergency department that really do need to go there, and we safely seek to close episodes of care in the community where it's safe and appropriate to do that. And there's strong evidence, and you might want to touch on some of this, but there's strong evidence now with thousands of patients being seen by our advanced paramedic practitioner cohorts across Wales, where they have a 30 to 40% higher non-conveyance rate for patients they see than a regular ambulance crew with a paramedic. So, the trick for us, and of course this is going to be hard without transition support, is to incrementally move towards the new service model, where we seek to only respond to those patients in the community where we really do need to from the outset, and seek to close as many episodes of care as we can safely in the community. But of course that's going to be a long-term, Martin, that's a medium to long-term transition for us. I don't know, Andy, if you want to add anything on.
Yeah, I mean, you've kind of highlighted it there. We've consistently now, well over 60,000 patients that have been in contact with our APPs, and that conveyance rate, as Jason points out, is, depending on what the presenting condition is, between 30 to 40% reduced, and that's consistent right across all MPDS codes, so all patient presentations, where we have that reduction in conveyance. But as importantly, is that safe reduction, so we aren't generating subsequent calls as a follow-up on the back of that 48 hours later as the patient, so the decision has potentially been the wrong decision. So the key for me on this, yes, we want to manage as many people in the community as we physically can, both with the kind of things Liam's talked about, by the alternatives to the front door of ED, using our own clinicians, our APPs, to manage those patients without onward referral. But as long as we're doing that in a safe manner, there isn't simply just meaning that patient's going to pop up later in the system 48 hours later with potentially a worse condition. So it's doing that in a safe and judicious manner, really, for me on that. And I mean, I think it's on the MRQPR this a couple of items on from here that shows that difference across the board in terms of between our regular ambulance crews and the APPs in attendance. And so, it is definitely what we're going to, but it's not a quick fix. It ain't going to be something we could do for this winter. But as I said, we're making those incremental steps. And we've been, in the last 5 years, we've gone from about 15 operational APPs to now in the early 70s. So we have grown those numbers in recent years, and I think we're just going to have to keep pushing that and as we go for years to come.
We need to track that impact, don't we? I know you want to come in, Liam, but I'm conscious these folk have been patiently waiting. Paul, you come in.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a question about number 25 on the action plan. From what we hear, our health boards seem to be quite progressive with us, in terms of the advanced paramedic practitioner. And I can see from the same day emergency care services, it's that health board that have implemented that at Glangwili and Prince Philip. So I was just wondering, have we got any initial feedback from those implementation programs of the same day emergency care and APP? Have we got some initial feedback? And how and when are we able to encourage other health boards to adopt this process, because they've received funding for it? So I just wonder where we are with same day emergency care. Why is it that how they appear to be able to implement it, and have we got feedback from those implementations?
Just to interject quickly, certainly they were proclaiming the contribution of APPs in Howell at a recent chairs meeting in a paper that went to the minister.
Yeah, great.
So it's there, but Andy, you might want to add to
Yeah,
that.
yeah, by all means. I mean, the SNEX or same day emergency care centres, as you rightfully said there, Paul, that there's been funding into the system to support those rolling out, and they are rolling out. We've got one just gone live in North. We've got one that's been about to start in Swansea Bay, and like I said, they're starting to crop up. And one of the biggest challenges we've had is ensuring that each of these centres, when they open up, keep the same nationally agreed referral pathway that we'd worked on prior to that.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, there has been some tension in regards to that people have wanted to put all the steps in, and for every step you add in, that's one less patient that can get into that same day emergency care. The numbers are relatively low. We are, my team are looking at now as to where that room for improvement is, what are the barriers that's preventing us from doing that. But I'd expect within a new system, there's going to be a kind of slow build as the numbers start to improve, and as the word gets out across our workforce that when they pick the phone up, there's been a very welcoming reception, and that's kind of drag that patient in as is a key to that one. But what's been really interesting is we've started to delve into that. And it is critical in terms of that's in emergency care, that we've been doing some comparisons about our referral back into primary care in comparison to another ambulance services, and we are significantly ahead in the number of patients going back into primary care, which is fantastic, and tribute to our primary care colleagues that they've been so accepting of those patients. But and what we don't want to do is simply just say, well, these patients that before we were putting back into primary care, which was probably the right thing to do, we just take them to SDEC instead, because all you're doing is moving the same number of patients into a different part of the system, when essentially if primary care was the right place for them, let's keep them in primary care. So there is a little bit about in that we want to, it's the new patients, the patients that are currently arriving at ED that we want to put into SDEC, as opposed to current patients that we're currently taking to primary care that we're taking to SDEC. So work in progress in respect to that. But you're right to highlight it, Paul. I think there's a lot of work going into it.
I'll go Rachel, then Liam, and then I'll give you a chance, Kerry. I'm just thinking, Bethan, was your hand up? I apologise. This is the I call it Michael West syndrome, looking that way, forgetting the person on the end. Rachel.
Yeah, so just on that particular point, in terms of the SDEC, we did actually raise with Welsh Government at the our IQPD last time that actually they needed a better indicator for health boards on this one, because at the moment I think the indicator is you've got one or you haven't, and that's kind of as far as it goes. And we talked to them about the need to be a bit more sophisticated. There is an indicator which sort of helps us on this one, which is around the proportion of conveyances that we take to somewhere different other than an ED, and you can see that's a new indicator, it's a ministerial indicator, but that hasn't changed yet. So it's very flat at 11-12% or so. So we know that as this rollout continues, that's going to be something we're going to watch very carefully, as Andy said, and continue to push. So the two other things I was going to say, sorry Martin, one was in response I think to something that you were saying, Liam and Andy, which is around all of this work with health boards and these pathways. For us, it sits within our clinical transformation program. We've got a really robust set of people led by Andy and Liam, to bring in all the directorates, and that looks outwards, as you say, to the nursing fraternity, to the medical fraternity, the planning ops. So we've all got that link pulled together through that program, which I think is positive. But actually, my original hand was to say something a little bit different. Sorry, and this is just, I suppose, to put a bit of context in terms of the winter, because everything that I've heard from my planning meetings is that the minister is very, very fixed on planned care being achieved as well. So often in a winter period, you have that kind of understanding that you will cease some of the planned care activity in order to because you've had a good summer and you've kind of cracked through as much as you can during the summer. But that's the sense we're getting, is that the minister is absolutely focused on, and you can understand why, bringing down the numbers of people who are waiting several years for their operations, and so we do understand that. But I think it's another piece of context that means I think this winter will be particularly difficult, because the minister has got all of the things are a priority for her.
Very clear at the chairs meeting.
Yeah,
very, very clear.
Yeah.
Leah, but then I'll go to Kerry. What have we passed your point by?
No, not at all. I just want to pick up on a couple of things Martin said and just put some assurance in terms of public listening into us, if I may. We have got a lot of structure around our organisation that deals with the volume and the types of 999 calls that we receive. That ensures that we take every step possible to respond to every red and every urgent amber that we need to, as timely as we are able to, particularly for the amber calls, for example, strokes and falls, which the public often highlight to us. Where we are not able to respond, our clinicians working on the clinical desk will work with the patient, with the family, to provide the support we can remotely. And if there are other alternatives available, to advise on how those alternatives might be taken up. I think that's a really important piece of assurance, because what we want people to do is to feel able to call us if they are in need of support because they've had an accident, because something has happened at home. I do think we need to keep that message out there. Our plans are to be able to support them in one form or another to the best of our ability. In respect of patients being held in an ambulance outside and whether we extend the queue or not, of course, it is not the right place for that patient to be in the back of an ambulance receiving their care, their diagnostics. That is absolutely the wrong place for them to be. However, I would much rather somebody made the call and was picked up by our crew and cared for by our crew in the back of an ambulance that stayed at home, didn't make the call, and subsequently came to harm. So this is a really, really difficult scenario for all partners across the NHS, but it is the case that we only convey those patients that need to go to hospital. We're not conveying people who do not need to go to hospital. And if they need hospital care, then if they have to queue in our vehicle as the point of last resort, that has to be better than staying at home, not having made the call, and potentially coming to significant harm.
That's very clear. And in the meantime, we continue to work on alternatives for hospital,
absolutely,
SDEX and so on, that give us a different outlook. Yeah. It's very clear. Kerry, I haven't forgotten you. Better, I'm going to make amends.
Thank you, Chair. So I think one of my points links neatly on to what Liam was just saying. So I wanted to come back to the fit to sit. So having experienced, A&E in Cardiff and also making 999 calls in my personal life in the last year, what I can say is it was pretty awful, sat in A&E in Cardiff waiting for many hours. But, for me, it's about managing that harm in the community. So I understand that the infrastructure is perhaps not there in some health boards to accommodate that. But, for us as a service, if we need to respond to somebody and we can't because somebody is fit to sit, then I think it's a really significant challenge, because that harm is often unseen, isn't it? Our control centre are doing their very best. So I just wondered if you could just say a little bit more on fit to sit. And then my other question was around cohorting. So I see in the table we're talking about, we now got more evidence around that. Is there a quick summary you can give of that? And then my final point is just probably for Estelle. So in terms of what we're facing, you know, I hear we're going to be doing a public campaign coming, I think you said November. But is there anything else we can do in terms of public messaging to make sure that people are making, you know, good decisions, informed decisions to the best of our ability? And Estelle, I've seen lots of really good communication around this. So, but if there is anything else, then be helpful to hear it. Thank you.
Okay,
So three questions there. Fit to sit. Everybody looks at Liam.
Right.
Cohorting seem to be looking at you.
Okay, so I'll start with cohorting because that's easy. We've done an evaluation which we've shared with the Chief Health and Services Commissioner on the effectiveness of cohorting. It's determined that it is not effective anymore, so it's stopped at the 2 sites that it was operating, and we're redeploying the resource, the funding that was being used to supply that cohorting capacity into additional third-party ambulance support to support the urgent care fleet. So that's where we are with cohorting. Liam.
I'm going to kind of build on the wider picture and link into something Andy said earlier. So Fit to Sit absolutely has a role in the pathway to play. The challenge for colleagues, be they the nursing, the medical directors and their teams underneath, is actually what's sitting outside of the door and the environment in which Fit to Sit occurs. So that is a pressure that they are having to think about with their clinical teams and really think hard about how they do it safely. I absolutely am part of the conversation that says it's relative safety when you're there versus in the community. But that is the stuff that's the live conversation about how do you kind of make it work on the other side of the ED door in a way that is safe in an environment that is also under considerable pressure. You described the waiting room. There isn't a huge amount of pressure on clinicians on the other side of the door. They are managing far more acutely unwell people for longer periods of time than they would normally expect to do in ED. There are far more presentations that are coming in through the front door to them directly that are sick and acute as well. So I am working with my colleagues. The conversation I referred to earlier is to focus on that. And then the second bit really builds on Andy's earlier point in terms of, for example, Esther, in terms of some of the other pathways, is getting to a place where we can offer this consistently. So, you know, there has to be the infrastructure to do this in a way that is consistent, that the hospital staff feel confident and safe in their practice, but actually so do ours, because, you know, we are discharging into that care. So it's absolutely the right thing to do, given the scenario that we're all in across the NHS in Wales, but it isn't just it's not an easy win because of the other pressures that are sitting on the other side of the door that I have to be mindful of when I'm pushing our pressures.
That's a very balanced and helpful answer. Estelle, did you want to say a quick word on public messaging?
Yes,
part of this, and I'm going to go to Beth.
Happy to do that, Martin, and thanks for the question, Kerry. So there's a couple of wheels in, I say wheels in motion, well in motion now. And as we always say, we're not just an individual organisation here, we're part of the system. So this is system messaging about accessing healthcare, looking after yourself, what your options are moving forward, just as much as it's individual sort of local reinforcing from us as WAST. So just a quick rundown. Public Health Wales have recently launched their flu campaign, so that takes us back to where we were earlier on in the board meeting, encouraging people to get that vaccine for all the reasons that Liam and others have highlighted. We've talked to you before about the 111 national campaign. So this is an awareness raising campaign. You know, what is 111? What can it do for you? When should you access it? And what can you expect when you do, whether that's digitally or telephonically? That goes live in November. With social media messaging, but we'll go hard for a period of a few weeks, starting on Boxing Day with a TV campaign. So that will raise that awareness. We're also working very closely, because of this interrelated nature of the messaging, with Welsh Government, who will be progressing and carrying forward their Help Us Help You campaign, which has been running now for quite a while, to make sure there's no overlap or confusion in messaging, so that the public is not bombarded by a whole suite of messaging that doesn't say the same thing, but also that we optimise the value that we get from the campaigns that we are running. And bear in mind, we are running that £250,000 campaign for and on behalf of Welsh Government as the provider of 111. So it's important we get this right. So there will be shared if you like, national collateral that you will see out there, and that will then be reinforced by local stuff through, largely for us in WAS, through social media channels and mainstream media in terms of media relations, etc., to try and reinforce those messages. There's also a bit of targeting going on in terms of core groups. So if, like me, you've got a young person who's just gone to university, freshers are being targeted, because we know that in the early weeks of university, are not registered with their GP, you know, they perhaps socialize a little too much, and become injured. I'm just, fingers crossed, my daughter is not doing too much of that, but we'll wait to see what happens. Brace yourself, Reading. Older people, an obvious category who we're very, very cognizant of, don't always go to those social media and digital channels. So making sure, and that's another reason for TV, because we do know that older proportion, most people over around 60 consume most of their info still via TV. That is not true for the under 35s who don't. So making sure we're covering the broad base there. And families with children are another one, particularly young children, so new parents. There are touch points here, aren't there, where you have life changes and suddenly you're accessing healthcare a lot more because you know, you're pregnant, then you have children, you've got a baby who's crying, whatever. So we are making sure that we're trying to collectively with Welsh Government make sure we're covering all those bases. So we all know there's only so much that messaging will do, because ultimately, and I strongly believe this, when most people call us, regardless of their condition, to them at that point, it is an emergency. Whether that's clinically the case is a different conversation. But in terms of in their mind's eye, we are their port of call for whatever reason, because they feel in crisis at that point. So there is a limit to what messaging can do, but certainly Welsh Government in particular has got an emphasis on pharmacy at the moment, and what community pharmacists can do, as well as, you know, alternative provision through 1-1, through routine primary care, etc. So it's complex, Kerry, you're absolutely right. Happy to talk to you about it offline, but there are plans in place.
It's a whirlwind run through a complex subject. Bethan, you've patiently sat there as chair of Crest, listening to the debate about patient safety and the pressures that we're under, the link between the two, and the reflections on the actions that we can take on our own and with others. What would be your take, having heard all that? What does it feel like to you?
Thank you, Chair. I mean, the points I had ready to share, they've all been made, so I'm not going to re-rehearse those. However, the report is really clear, Jason, and I'm grateful for that, because it draws our attention to the key points, both in terms of what we can and must do in terms of securing those improvements, and also highlights the areas across the wider system where, you know, interestingly, we are seeing some, you know, small shoots of improvement, as we said. And my key message, really, Chair, if I can, as Chair of Crest, is to say, to urge caution that we don't become complacent and we don't see these very small improvements as we're on the right track and this is okay. Because, as an example, the immediate release directives, there's a notable improvement in terms of the red release requests. There's some improvement with Amber 1s, but only in a meeting very recently, in one of the committee meetings, we heard that the tail of Amber 1 is nearly 6 hours. And that's, when you think of the situation some of those individuals may be in, if they're classed as Amber 1 category and they sat there waiting for nearly 6 hours, it's horrifying. It's absolutely horrifying. So for me as Chair of Crest, it's about urging caution. So it's great to see improvement, but we mustn't become complacent, because it's far from being good enough. And that links a little with something Martin Turner said earlier. This is a topic we discuss regularly and consistently in most of the committees. Recently in S&P, you know, in August at our last Quest meeting, we tried to unpick some of this. But that would be my main take really at the end. Let's try and keep on top of this. Let's do everything we can internally, and also continue to work with our partners to try and help them and support them and push people to achieve the improvements we need to achieve for the patient. They're at the centre of this.
I think from the way you've spoken those words, I can certainly trust you to keep complacency out of the room, because you're going to be at this, I know, from here on with Quest and back into the boardroom. So it's good to hear that overview, actually, rather than the specifics. Thank you for that. I think we've purposely overrun, but I think we needed to have that conversation. We've explored a lot of angles on this. Not easy. So can I draw you to the recommendations in the report, which is straightforward in one sense, to note the report and progress with last actions. I think we've done that. Jason very helpful to talk us through that. We've probed into a number of areas. Note that handover delays remain extreme and cumbersome. I think that's been communicated very clearly. The outlook is not favourable. But then finally, to consider whether we have further actions that we could take. We've talked at length about that, and I think established that we do what we can do internally, but we also, as Liam has particularly drawn out, work with others to help them succeed where we can. We're in that sort of phase. Realistically, working with the pathways and so on, messaging with public, messaging to the public to retain confidence. That's an aspect of this as well. I haven't seen anything coming out of the discussion that says there's a stone we haven't turned over. Unless I've missed something, Jason, it feels to me that we want to look for success in things that are on the table, with release requests, with SDEC facilities, pathways, advanced paramedics. There's probably something there to go at with encouraging health boards to pick up with that model, but there's nothing new that has come out.
No, I think that's right, Martin. I'd be anxious about adding anything else to the list,
very long.
because we have to remain focused on high impact things, and focus our capacity, our bandwidth, if you like, around those things that we know will make a difference. So I would be anxious about having a list of 50 things, which we'll do 50 things not well, rather than having a list of 3 or 5 things which are high impact, which we deliver. So I'd be anxious about anything else coming along, unless we can demonstrate that it was genuinely going to be high impact. And then there might be a trade-off with something else we've got on the list already.
Yeah, on that point, Chris.
Just very quickly, Chair. Thanks. And I was thinking, in terms of, it's interesting because we've had the conversation on previously about the financial risk and the patient safety and quality risk and everything. And at this stage now, and where we are in the financial year, I don't think it's not even about money in the context in the short term. It's not about having money. We've got a little bit of money. I was going to touch on it when we cover the finance report in terms of from the commissioners for some of the stuff that we were looking to do. But even if we had more in the very short term, we need the transitional money, we need to do the medium to longer term, the recovered stuff that we need to put in. But for this winter now, in the period that we've got, it's not a money issue either in reality. So it's not about spending more or balancing that risk necessarily, because it's about focusing on what we can do and have already got the resources to do in reality.
Yeah, it's this double running thing that we both mentioned, Jason, at the beginning, myself and you, which is here and now stuff that we can deliver on the roster review and so on, but also the transformation and building that up to the point where it actually starts to make a difference in the results and the patient experience. So you're satisfied we've had a deep dive, I think I've described that as, and with Beth aside, I think everybody's had full opportunity to contribute. So I'm going to make sure I look that way for the future discussions. So we need to move on. I think, though, we should be able to some degree, streamline discussion on the next 2 reports. I don't want to shut people down, but we've covered 2 major areas, 2 of our major risks there, and actually some of the reputational piece as well. So Trish, can I pass to you? I think I've got this right, haven't I, for the risk management corporate risk register. These are risky times, aren't they?
Thank you, Chair. Yes. The board's got in front of it today 18 principal risks, and you'll see them summarised in Annex 1. You'll see the movements in scores in Annex 1 as well. But it's the board assurance framework in Annex 2 that will give you a lot more detail on those 18 risks. It will give you not only the articulation of the risks, but also the controls that are currently in place, the assurances against those controls where we have those, but also importantly where the gaps have been identified and the actions in place to address those gaps. So you've got a lot more detail in front of you now upon which to judge the rating of the risk and also the time within which it's going to be coming closer to that tolerance target level. You'll know that risks are allocated to directors, and that detail is in the BAF. They drive the reviews and the actions to mitigate the risks with their teams and with others.
These formal risk registers and the BAF are also reviewed in formal meetings with the Assistant Director's leadership team and with the executive management team on a regular basis as well. They're also viewed by each board committee, and there's good time for discussion in those board committees as well. And the risks are escalated where they need to be and highlighted on their AAA reports that the board has in front of them today. When we met in July, we had some good discussion on the board, getting some more detail or having some space to have discussion on those very high rated risks, the 20s and the 25s. And so what I've sought to do in this executive summary is really demonstrate that focus is maintained on the management of these risks, not in a standalone risk report or a risk discussion, but really in various forums. And we've just seen that in the time that we've taken to discuss the previous paper. And that there is, broader attention on those planned mitigations, not just in this standalone report. And what I've attempted to do here is actually draw together in those 4 risks, 223, 224, 160, and 201, which is the 2 that we talked about, 223 being the inability to reach patients in the community, and 224, handover of care delivery, just where in this agenda in particular and in board committees, the discussion has been held, again, to demonstrate that it's not standalone. And I think that the chairs of particularly the Quality Committee, Crest, and the People and Culture Committee and Finance and Performance Committee will attest to the fact that we are talking about those risks when we set the agenda, so that we're actually ensuring particularly those high-rated risks have standalone papers that go to those risks as well. So it's a number of different ways that we are managing that, so it's not a standalone. I think you'll also see that the audit committee, we also had a good discussion there about this and how we draw this through. We also talked about the risk culture maturing really well, and the attention that we've got on risk, which will actually just help us with the risk transformation program that we've got. So I won't go through those various points in the report, Chair, 6, 7, 8, and 9 of the executive summary, because you'll see where we've got those all drawn through. But I will just draw the attention to the closure of one risk, which is 303, the delayed administration of chest compressions. That's due for closure. And then there's 2 decreases in scores in the report as well. One is risk 199, which is the health and safety risk, which is reduced from 20 to 15. We had some good discussion on that in People and Culture Committee as well, and that's set out in their highlight report. And the other one is 311, which is the in relation to estates, which is reduced from 16 to 12 and is likely to close in the next cycle. Just also to say, Chair, there's 2 new risks that have appeared on the register. They've both come in at 15, and they'll continue to be drawn out as we go through this next cycle. So the first is 543, which is major disruptive incident resulting in a loss of critical IT systems. And the other is 558, which is the deterioration of staff health and well-being in the face of continued system pressures as a consequence of work experience, and that we will also focus on at the People and Culture Committee at the next meeting as well.
Really helpful introduction. I really like the fact that you're describing the way in which committees set their agenda according to risks that are presenting, and you get reports and ability to dive in against those. Estelle.
Thanks, Martin. I just wanted to refer board members to paragraph 8, which is risk 201, the damage to trust reputation. So just to augment really what's in that section, and we just had that conversation, didn't we, about public messaging. So I read a really good quote recently which said reputation is gained in drops and lost in buckets. Which is quite apt for the experience we've had over the last 8 years here. And of course, as we know, some of the fundamental stuff around our reputation here is not just the impact of performance pressure and what that means for people's experience, staff and our patients. It's also about how we respond to that. So Jason and I have spent a huge amount of time over the last 6 months now, probably, meeting with politicians in particular, some of that has been around some of our changes that we are looking at. But some of that is also what we're hearing is information about how we respond to those concerns when they come forward, and how that looks, the time it takes, etc. And we know, and this is no criticism of colleagues, we know that, you know, because of the volume and you know, pressure on capacity, some of these things take a long time to respond to, and of course that then adds almost insult to injury because people feel that they haven't been heard. So much like the stock market at the moment and the international markets, you know, reputation is built on confidence. That's ultimately what it's based on. So confidence with our stakeholders is really, really important. And to that end, you will know that we're literally next month going to go live in the early part of October with a reputation stroke relationship audit, so that we can understand what do our stakeholders feel about us. Now, this is not the public, this is our stakeholders, but it will give us a temperature check across a range of issues about how we are viewed externally and what people believe to be true about us, what they understand about us, given that we're evolving now at a rate of knots, I think, which is, you know, good, but also brings with it risk because we're trying to pull people along with us. And if those stakeholders don't understand what our future plans are, then clearly we will struggle in some of those reputational areas. In terms of the patient voice stuff, as you all know, the PECI team do a huge amount of work in listening to patients. In my view, what we need to do more about is not just listen but act on what we hear, because listening is one half of it, isn't it? It's the response to it that's important. So I just wanted to flag there. Well, we know, you know, that reputational risk isn't certainly going to change in the next quarter as we go into the winter, because clearly from everything we've discussed this morning, we know that the situation going into the winter will be tricky, and that will inevitably, you know, compound those issues around staff and patient experience, and we will need to do our best to mitigate some of that. But I will certainly in the new year be talking to colleagues about the outcome of that reputation audit, what it's telling us and how that will inform us moving forward. It will probably be a supplement to the engagement framework, because the engagement framework, as we know, focuses almost exclusively on the sort of strategic direction of the organisation, but it's really important that some of it informs, you know, that reputation audit starts to inform what we do, because it will bring to the fore not just the issues but the sectors of our stakeholders where we've got more work to do. I just wanted to draw that out.
That's really helpful, really helpful. Thank you. David, I think you wanted to come in.
Just a comment really. And I guess at the risk of making a mistake here, I'm going to say it in the spirit of us being here at Trust Board. Just the fact that of the risks that are there, I'm surprised that there isn't one in relation to the fact that, you know, it's no secret that all the unions at the moment are balloting for potential industrial action. And I don't know whether that's something that we should be having sight of, although it's a national campaign. It's an awkward one to bring, but I think, you know, it would be good if we did engage.
I think you're entirely right to raise it.
I mean, if I can, Martin, just respond briefly. I mean,
I've seen one letter.
Well, indeed. I mean, it's an entirely fair point, David, and of course we touched on it, didn't we, in our, you know, regular catch up, last week or whenever it was. And you're absolutely right to raise it. This for here, this will be a matter of sequencing and timing, because obviously this is reporting retrospectively what's happened, you know, a month or more ago. But given where we know we are now heading, because it's, you know, the trajectory is much clearer, we can certainly frame, and we will need to frame a risk about how we, you know, as we touched on last week, continue key/core services during a period of what is inevitably going to be disruptive action by a range of trade unions, not just, of course, in our organisation and in the health sector, but across the public sector and beyond in the coming months. So it's a good point, and certainly something we can look to frame as we go forward. But this is, you know, reporting.
I mean, sorry for me. You know, obviously we would look to work through those problems with you. It's just a matter of highlighting it.
I mean, I think given Damon's raised it, Chairman, it might just be worth unpacking that a little bit more. in as much as it's important for us as leaders, with whatever hat we've got on in the organisation in the coming months, to remember that, you know, the dispute which could emerge, subject to ballots that are yet to take place, it is a matter which is out with our control. So it's a matter of national terms and conditions.
Yeah,
of play,
absolutely.
you know,
Yeah.
and not something which we've got control over. So whilst, you know, any action that does follow in the coming months will be difficult for all of us, you know, those that are choosing to exercise their right to take action, but also the organisation in terms of managing core services through that, and all of our people. It will be a difficult period for all of our people, because there'll be, you know, choices that people will have to make. They will touch on people's consciences. It's important to remember that, you know, we're all here for the same reasons: to provide great care to patients, provide the best workplace experience we can for our people, and as leaders of the organisation, whatever hat we've got on through what will be a difficult period, we need to keep talking and keep focused on doing the right stuff for our people.
If I just could say one thing, I mean, we from the start, from the trade unions, you know, life living cover is paramount. So I think it's just worth mentioning that now. But working through the other issues, in order for it to go smoothly, I think we'd like to work through how that would go, and it would also, you know, allay a lot of concerns that our members have got, because they have the same concerns from us.
Yeah, and I think that indication you gave when we spoke last week was really welcome, Damon. You know, on behalf of the trade unions, that, you know, there's an openness and a recognition that we need to provide some level of life and limb cover, and of course, in the coming days and weeks, we'll get into talking together about how we create that. But it's really helpful.
Really good point. And I notice also, Trish, the report already makes reference to risks that are kind of bubbling under the charts and being assessed. There is the sort of element of prescience to this looking ahead, isn't there? So it would fit to be saying this is a potential risk that we are currently assessing, and this one would sit in that territory, wouldn't it?
No, absolutely, and we can pick that up straight after this. There is a cycle, of course, that these go through, and it doesn't move us.
You passed the risk test, do you?
Exactly, but yeah, certainly make a note of that and make sure that we follow that up. Thanks, David.
That's good. Comments? Don't know whether you had anything to say, Martin. I know you have. I think strong views on the subject. I think this is moving.
I think it's significantly better than it was, for sure, and I think it's a really helpful framework for us. It's a 9-page report with a lot of annexes, but I think the two things we discussed at Audit Committee, which I think are relevant for you to note. One is that the process for managing risk is much better defined now. And what I mean by that is that there was some concern at one stage that the committees were actually managing the risks. Well, actually it's not. It's the EMT, and we've now designated, or you have rather, Jason and the team have designated executives not to be responsible for the risk, but for the actions associated with the management and mitigation of risk. And that's clear from these reports, which I quite like that. And I think that the governance overview by committees is now well established. So the role of finance, people and culture, audit and others, we're not managing the risk, we're managing the framework, if you like. And the governance side of the risk management process. So I think, yeah, it is much better, much easier to understand who's doing what now. And I think that, you know, it's interesting, Damien picked up one of the risks, and I thought, wow, you know, you think, where do all these risks get picked up? And here's one opportunity where people get together and say, actually, you know, you may need to think about this. And I think that's, you know, this is a dynamic process. It's not a, you know, here it is, look at it every month. It changes every month, and that's the point that this board needs to accept and understand. So yes, good report. So that's all I wanted to say.
There's an opportunity to challenge and scrutinise here if you've not been involved in this discussion, to ask questions.
Yeah.
You've made some very valid points there, Damon, as an example of that. So that this will progress, I think. It's a great foundation. Are we happy on the basis of that to move to the recommendations, which are, I'm not going to run through them all. There's a list of notes regarding changes to risk. It also tracks back to the avoidable harm paper and the actions there as part of this. So we're linking up with other papers, noting a risk closure, a couple of decreases in scores, 2 inclusions. We're happy we've had a chance to review the assurance framework that obviously underpins this. We're happy to acknowledge that.
Yes.
Yep. It was an excellent piece of work. Really good. Sorry, Jess, I thought you were going to.
No, carry on, Chairman.
Okay. I look at the clock and it says way behind, comfort break needed, I think, not least to maintain attention spans. So are you happy to break till 11:50?
Yep.
And we'll plan a marvellous catch up. Okay. Thank you. Slightly late back from the break, but we'll crack on. We left off before the break with the risk management report. Good discussion. Endorsed the findings. We move on to the monthly integrated quality and performance report, which I think is with you, Rachel. I guess we covered a lot around emergency care itself. That might help to tailor discussion, do you think?
Yes. Thank you,
That was
Martin.
a subtle hint.
Yeah,
wasn't it?
no, I got it. Yeah, it's okay.
You always get that problem with this report, don't you? Because it covers so many bases.
I know. So yeah, just to, by way of introduction, some of the, you'll recall a discussion at the last board where we agreed slight amendments to the metrics that we use in this report. Not all of those are completely finalised. So you'll see, for example, that in terms of some of our clinical indicators, the only one that we have available at the moment is around stroke patients and their bundle of care, and that's related to the rollout of the EPCR and the kind of data quality checking of some of those indicators before they get published. So we know we've got some further work to do on that. We also knew we had an indicator that we wanted to develop around patient experience, because either out proms or prems, that isn't just available at all at the moment. So that is work that through this course of this year we need to develop that indicator to put into this report. And then from a people perspective, the quadrant that's around our people, we haven't quite settled on the indicator that we'll use at this level to understand equality, diversity and inclusion. So that will hopefully come to next board. So we'll have settled and agreed on that and be able to report on that. With those caveats, obviously that's work in progress, but then the suite of indicators, as we know, covers indicators that we use to look at the quality of our service. And you're right, Martin, we looked at the quality, particularly around the EMS service in detail earlier in the meeting. But then we've got a suite of indicators that try at a high level to look at our people, their capacity and their well-being, something around value, the value of our service, and then again linked to the conversation we had previously, how we are interacting and contributing to that wider system. So particularly they're looking at the consultant close rates, see and treat rates, pathways, and hospital handover delays. So we have picked up quite a bit of it. Just in terms of quality indicators, perhaps I'll just pick out, we haven't talked yet about 111. So we know we've kind of got ongoing challenges in terms of some of the call handling there. So it's a lot better than it was several months ago, but we've settled on a number of call handlers that we are commissioned, a funded level of call handlers. We've got those numbers of call handlers in place. So really improvements in call handling are going to be around reducing sickness levels there and efficiencies in terms of rosters and etc. So, and the team are working on those things. We've had some improvements though in terms of some of our clinical callback times. As we say every time, we always ring people, the people with the most urgent priority that we need to ring back within an hour. We do well on that, on those groups of patients, but we do take a long time to ring back patients in other categories. But we saw a good improvement in the last month, and the teams are working on both recruitment, but also on a range of other ways of improving the use of that clinical time. We put in the S-bar that there's, particularly around the recruitment, we had a really big effort to encourage more clinicians to come out. Some of you may have seen that on Twitter, some nice videos really kind of promoting that as a nurse and a paramedic place to come, emphasizing the kind of flexibility of the rosters, the ability to work at home. So hopefully that will, I think we've been reasonably successful in getting some good numbers of people through that. But we're also setting up a new service in this building, a new base, so that clinicians from the Cardiff area who want to come into a base actually have got somewhere to go. They don't have to travel quite as far as others would have had to previously do. So that's good to see, I think. In terms, I was just going to pick out some of the staff indicators, because we tend to concentrate on the patient experience and the harm, but I know having spent a lot of time yesterday thinking about compassionate leadership and the impact that a lot of these pressures have on our staff. You can see that in the indicators that come through in terms of our people. So you can see, yes, sickness absence is improving, but it's still, higher than we'd like. You can see turnover rates there. So this is the first time we've reported this as an indicator at board. That is sitting at nearly 12%. So that's a high turnover rate. We don't, in terms of our PADR, we actually made some really good improvements, but still a quarter of the staff haven't had a PADR in the last year. So we know that's time pressure. We know there's a lot of reasons why that happens. But so there's indicators there which are kind of suggesting that, yeah, we can see the impact that these pressures are having on our staff. And then we picked out earlier some of those indicators around system contribution. And as I mentioned, we're now reporting on that the ministerial metric, which is around the percentage of total conveyances that we take to something other than an ED department, which is running at kind of 12% and hasn't really changed. So we've got some work that we talked about there. Consultant close, we're up at 11.9%. So we're making good progress there. And I know the team are pushing through to continue to almost process map how that department works, so that we can get the best out of that group of clinicians. And we're also we're not quite there yet, but we're trying to look at the impact of the 111 service. I'm not sure we've got the indicator quite right yet on that, but that's the idea is, to what extent do our 111 teams also, are they able to meet the patient's needs at that point of call, not have to refer them on to something else. So we see some numbers there in terms of the numbers of patients who we can close, but there's a lot more work, I think, to do to get under that indicator. So conscious of time, Martin, I won't say more than that. I say that there are some good things in here. PADR in particular, I think we is a really positive move in the right direction, and that is really important, given everything we said yesterday. That it's really important that staff have that time, not just annually actually, but regularly with their managers to talk about themselves and their development. So that's good. So I'll leave it there, Martin. That's conscious of time, and happy to take any questions.
Very helpful, and you're right to highlight some of the areas we haven't touched on today. 111, the staff and wellbeing stuff, and actually those microscopic 2-year graphs remind us that the RAG rating is quite a blunt instrument.
Yes.
Red or green, some are ambers, but the graph shows you whether we're actually on the right track, doesn't it?
Yes.
So I'll throw it open, Paul.
Yeah, I just want to pick up the staff turnover. Angie and I have had a discussion this week. We've asked for a deep dive on the staff turnover at the November PCC, because it looks as if we've got a high turnover rate, and that looks bad. This is a turnover for any reason. So if you look at the opportunities our staff have had to progress within the organisation, change roles, that would be part of that. So we've asked for that to be broken down so that we understand whether it's staff actually leaving the service for detrimental reasons, I suppose, or for obvious reasons, rather than it's a change in role over time, because we suspect that a large proportion of this is related to the change in the changes in the organisation.
Well, that'd be important to possibly we might need to change the metric then if that is the case.
Yeah, because we did look at it at the last People and Culture Committee as an because it is high.
Yeah.
We've recognised this for all reasons. It's not people leaving the service, so we just need to have more detail about that, so that we don't give the wrong impression that we're talking about good recruitment, but it appears that we're losing staff, and that's not the case really.
Yeah.
So we need to be careful with these metrics, because it gives the wrong impression.
Does retirement fall into that as well?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
For any reason.
Okay.
Yeah,
And that's why we need to break down the reasons. to
You'll always
understand.
expect a level of turnover for that reason, because there's always going to be.
But it looks really high at the moment over the last few months. And if you look back at the organisational changes since April, it's been quite considerable. The opportunities have been different and varied. So we just need to check it.
Yeah,
So
it's
I just
great
want to
condensing
draw people's
indicators,
attention.
but sometimes you have to get behind them, don't you? That's a really helpful point. Joe, sorry, this is where the vision is.
Well, thanks. I was going to pick up on Paul's point as well. We did touch on it before, and I think here is going to be the importance of having the exit interviews as well, because you may get some which are quite clear as to why individuals are leaving, but I think for us to get a bit better understanding of how well the PDR process and the well-being, all the initiatives we're putting in place, it's to get a good understanding of, okay, what's the individual's primary reason if they're choosing to leave. So that's something I would encourage as part of this deep dive, to get as much data as we can from people and have that as a matter of course if someone's leaving, because recruitment's great, it's the retention then is where we really want to then concentrate on. Thanks, Joe.
Well, that's helpful, thank you. I'll go, David, and your hand was up, wasn't it? Yeah, David.
Yeah, it was just because I was going to ask you earlier on with the earlier topic about the hospital delays, and I will put you on the spot today, obviously, but in respect of is that now starting to impact? Have we got the data to see if the hospital delay situation is now impacting on the attrition rates? And I'm guessing, looking at the graph as well, I can't help but link the shift overruns, the two major issues for staff.
So I mean, look, we haven't got that granular level of data yet. This is, I think, the point that Paul's going to is to strip out retirement, strip out promotions, strip out transfers, and all that kind of stuff, to see the underlying genuine or true, let's call it true, rate of turnover. But let's not over gloss it at the moment. There is an increase in attrition and turnover, particularly in clinical contact centres in the CCC space, and probably in EMS as a result of the workplace experience. We've got, I think, a pretty solid perspective on the workplace experience for EMS staff is certainly impacting attendance. Certainly impacting attendance and how people feel about work at the moment. And of course, we touched on some of this, didn't we, yesterday, actually, in the board development session around the control, the influence that our people have over their workplace, their job role. Of course, that's limited, particularly at the minute with the delays that they're experiencing. So I think, we have to be true to ourselves. Turnover is up, but I think the point that Paul would make is entirely valid. We need to see what the true turnover rate is by stripping out all of that all those other things.
That's helpful. Good. Yeah, thanks. Angela.
Yeah, happy to come in there. Thank you, Chair. And I think it's in response to the exit interview discussion. And as Paul mentioned, we are going to do some much more sort of scrutiny of it and sort of scrub it up to see exactly what we're looking at. But for me as well, it's stay interviews. It's why are people staying with us? And it's back to that point, Damien, around what is the work experience that people are having, because that really helps to explain it. But also there are clearly some pockets of the organisation where it is significantly more challenging. And I know the 111 service are doing lots of work, the team's there to try and make that a more positive experience. So I think we just need to get underneath this to see exactly what's going on. And I think probably, Rachel, it is that sort of metric to make sure that we are assessing the right thing and giving the right message to the board, really.
Well, that's good. Liam, I think you wanted to come in.
Just to build on what Rachel was saying in terms of 111 and system contribution. It's probably worth us noting the commitment of our teams across the 111 service on the back of the advanced business continuity incident, which was quite considerable over this period. And it actually is playing out into this graph, which shows our system contribution on GPs. And there's a lot of learning for us to take from it. So as Rachel was saying, there's kind of understanding how we measure and what we do. But as a result of the BCI, I think we will see some changes in our operating model with the clinicians supporting 111, how they support consultant close, and I think that will be it's given us an opportunity. So out of a very challenging situation where people worked incredibly hard, we've actually got a real moment actually of thinking about how we can increase clinical autonomy and practice within the 111 service. And I think that's a positive that falls out of it.
Really interesting. I just one question is back to the it's one of the AQIs actually, Rachel. It's the stroke one, which is the only one we can currently publish. and it's slightly below the target it's materially below the target we're aspiring to. I just wanted to get what's the feel of the level of awareness of this from a point of view of if you're a frontline member of staff, how embedded is awareness of these sort of AQIs? So take the stroke one as an example. This is all about connecting what we do and look at to frontline, which was a discussion yesterday, wasn't it?
Indeed, and I think it's useful if you just review the graph that is there within the MRQ PCR, and you'll see we consistently achieved the metric right up until we switched on EPCR, which gives me a great deal of comfort in terms of the actual clinical intervention is taking place, because we consistently achieved it and have done for a considerable number of years. So there hasn't been a change in practice, so the practice hasn't changed. It's the recording mechanism that has been the change. And if the practicalities of we've gone from a principle of having a sheet of A3 paper through to now a far more complex interactive device where there are different fields that will need to be interacted with and touched upon, and it's the capturing of that mechanism that we're now doing that deep dive and refining, and Bethan's been challenged me at Quest and wherever it is we're going through that. So we saw that initial spike, it's leveled off a little bit. I have confidence it will come back in again, but for me a lot of this is just our clinicians simply getting used to using the device that they've got for the recording. As I said, our consistent achievement of that for countless years gives me confidence that the clinical practice is as it should be, and it's just simply the recording that we need the people to embed and get used to using EPCR as well.
Really good answer, thank you.
Just to note on the stroke in particular, there's it's not there yet because it's this year we're working on the agreed indicator, which is the commissioning intention, which is the call to door time. So that again will come later in the year, which I think we've touched on here. Taking a bit of a while to get the definitions and getting the data collection methods agreed for that.
Okay, I don't want to create a discussion that isn't there if we've got no more comments. We've covered a lot in the course of the meeting, haven't we? I'm glad we went and looked at some of the staff measures there in particular. Are we happy to flip to the recommendations, which are that we've considered the report, and we've all had an ample chance to read it. It provides determine whether it provides sufficient assurance, whether there's any further assurance needed, or remedial actions. It's a bit of a case of speak now. Or
well, we've picked up, Chair, the issue related to the turnover. So we're
like assurance around the stroke measure, for example. Yeah. We've talked about big ticket EMSI issues, and your introduction, I think, Rachel, helpfully addressed a number of others where action is in hand. So we're comfortable to accept that batch of recommendations on that basis.
Yes.
Thank you. A lot goes into that report, Rachel, and yet it's always by exception, which is the way it has to be, I guess.
Well, there you're quite right, and my team. It's kind of
it's a tough game.
They're on the next one already. It's kind of it's a well, they will be on Saturday when September's finished. So
thank you. Thank them.
Yes, they do.
Could I just say also, I think it's just worth noting that some of us will have reviewed this report in finance and performance and care. So whilst we might not be saying anything, we've had our opportunities. So
I'm aware of that. We've got the highlight reports there, of course, to remind us. So thanks for the prompt. Well, on that note, assuming that Finance and Performance Committee have looked at this, we've got the finance report to come to, Chris.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, as you say, in a very similar vein. In fact, Finance Performance Committee only last week considered, in fact, a more detailed version of this paper for the year-to-date position and forecast for month 5. So just a very quick few headlines from it. Obviously, clearly the revenue position continues to be balanced, both year-to-date and forecast. All members will know that I've been sort of trailing a little bit of concern as we came into Q2 about whether we'd be able to maintain that. So it's good to see that we've been able to. We managed some emergency pressures quite well in that context, and hopefully that will continue. We can't lose sight of the context we're working in terms of the national NHS Wales forecast position, which is quite challenging. But in that we also have confirmed a little bit, not a lot, but a little bit of extra money from the commissioners for some of the schemes we've already talked about continuing through into the winter, and allowing us to perhaps offset a little bit of maybe our savings requirements, because one of our savings requirements in the call was about a step down of frontline resource in terms of overtime in particular, and so we've had a sensible conversation with commissioners about the timing of doing that and the phasing of some of that. We've talked about the 100 recruitment. Today, that's backed by a £3 million investment in the organisation by government. Obviously, the recurring cost of that is significantly more than that, and will be part of next year's plan to ensure how we get the recurrent support for that. But again, we need to maximise that £3 million this year as well, and if there's any scope within that to do so, within the 100, we will work with the commissioners on that. A couple of other pressures, interestingly, obviously, that have emerged even in this month now. Sadly, of course, we had an extra bank holiday in September that we wouldn't have been planning for, and so therefore we've that does result in a cost, but we're working through whether that will be money from a national UK Treasury perspective to support that. So the only other thing I was just going to add is that a couple of bits perhaps it's not in the paper that was in the F&P paper that had more detail on it. There's a summary update of our capital programme, particularly focusing on 4 or 5 operational estate sites that we were looking to progress works through our discretionary capital funding for this year. And where we've landed with them, and what we're able to do as alternatives on a couple of the sites, and how we're committed that we remaining of our discretionary through to the end of this year on the others. And the F&P version also did include for the first time for a couple of years now, because we haven't necessarily needed to do this more recently, but a suite of monitoring on our savings delivery, a compendium pack of which is a summary. There's a summary in the paper as an appendix, but there was a detailed pack for each of the individual schemes that supported that, with a lot of detail in it, which committee were able to receive and review. On that basis, Chair, I was going to just leave it there. The papers for noting. Just to note, it was Beth who chaired F&P last week. Not Kevin. If you want to go to the chair of the meeting that reviewed it, I'm happy as ever to take any questions.
Thank you. Yeah, and it's not musical chairs. This was an exception to the norm. So thank you, Bethan, for doing that. Any comments you want to add?
The only thing I would say, Chair, I think, is we had really detailed discussions around this at F&P last week, and the one thing that we saw very clearly as committee members was the exceptionally difficult financial climate that we're operating within. So whilst we were reporting on a balanced position now and are still forecasting that for year end, I think it struck all of us that the challenge in us achieving that come year end is significantly greater than it has been in recent years. And we had quite some discussion around that. However, having said all of that, we were very assured, as always, that officers across the organisation are working in a robust way in terms of having effective financial management processes in place, both in terms of managing income and expenditure, but also in terms of realising the savings that are required as part of us achieving that balanced position. So what I would say is there was a different tone to this discussion than in the previous committees, certainly that I've been involved in for almost 3 years, where there is far more of a cautionary note around our ability to still sustain that balanced position at year end because of the immense challenges across NHS Wales and wider public sector.
That's very helpful. Yeah, I sense that from the way this is couched as a report, and you very much expanded on it. So it's one to stay close to, I guess, in the forthcoming months through F&P and back to board. And I know that other health organisations in Wales are under even more significant pressure, so it's not looking easy. So we're happy to note and note our assurance gained from the report and from the work done by F&P.
Yeah. So just one quick question is on the income side. I noticed we're 800,000 short according to the income page on income expected. Now, is that because of COVID, or is it?
No, it is explained in the paper. There's a specific income stream that's in our budget at the start of the year that we haven't recovered, relating to funding to backfill the clinicians that went into the clinical support desk, but we're offsetting that by the holding vacancies in the operational part of the business. You'll see the underspend there. We've not done it because we wanted to keep pushing to try and recover that resource, and we still will continue to push to recover that funding. but in reality, for this financial year, it's not looking likely. So we are going to realign those budgets so those two variances will offset from next month
Right.
onwards.
Okay.
So now it's a known, it's a known under recovery of income at the minute compared to the plan that was set at the beginning of the year, which we're managing through known reductions in spend elsewhere in the business.
Okay, thanks, Chris.
Good question, good spot. Thank you, and good explanation. So, nonetheless, I hope we're happy with the noting and assurance gained. Thank you. Moving on, back to you, Rachel. I think IMTP progress report Q2.
Yes, thank you.
Everything in the mix here.
Yeah. So this paper went to F&P as well. So we did have a good discussion there. Just I suppose just for the rest of the board, just to be aware, right at the front of the paper, so you be aware that our IMTP was approved, but the minister sets out a series of accountability conditions, which are things which she or her officials feel perhaps we need to concentrate a bit more on in terms of, as we go through the year and give her feedback on progress of our and delivery of the IMTP. So you can see there those conditions which she set out, and you can see there on paragraph 3 the kind of progress to date that we will be reporting to Welsh Government against those conditions. So we do at the end of each quarter have to formally report into Welsh Government on how we're performing against our IMTP. So that, I thought would just be useful just for you to understand what those accountability conditions are. We went through at F&P, as I say, those delivery objectives which are off target, the red ones, and you can see those pulled out in the paper. F&P also received a bit more information on those which are rated amber, but they're not brought through to board. And the paper then also talks a little bit about some of the work that we're doing with health boards around service changes, and we're just noting for you here that as in previous years, we have every so often brought reports through to our closed board sessions on some of those health board changes, and that's not the reason for it being enclosed is that some of those health board changes will be in early stages, so they're not in the public domain particularly, so we wouldn't want to be talking about them in the public domain until the health board have got them in that position, but it's useful for the board to understand those things. So hopefully at our next board meeting we'll be able to bring that paper for you to understand a bit more in detail. And then of course the paper just briefly looks forward now to next year. As far as we understand, the next IMTP will be required to be submitted by the end of January, but there is still some, debate in Welsh Government. You'll be aware that other health boards, not all health boards have got an approved plan. Some people have only just recently, I think, had feedback on their plans. So I think that the sense is, do we need to give people a couple more months to actually get their next year's plans in progress? We're still working as if it's going to be the end of January, and I think we'll be on track to do that. And as a leadership team, we've got a day set aside next week with execs, assistant directors, and a couple of others to start looking at what our priorities might be for next year. And we'll also be using the roadshows as an opportunity to ask our staff what they feel should be priorities for us moving ahead into the next 3-year period. So I think I'll leave it there again in terms of time, and you've had a chance to read it, and as I say, we did discuss it at F&P as well.
So we'll turn to the right promptly and ask FM whether what F&P's take on this was. No alerts come through, put it that way.
The report highlights some of the challenges we have in terms of progress against some of the actions which Rachel has just explained, and that's understandable given the ongoing challenges. But putting that aside, what we did have again was assurance in terms of we're managing this process, we're watching it closely, we put in any mitigation into place that we can to maximise performance, etc. So we were assured as a committee on where we're at given the constraints we're working within.
Thank you, Paul.
Just a question, Rachel, if I can. Under the value-based healthcare, it says that the APP was not funded. And what I think we asked in the last board meeting why, and you've explained that. Do we know what they mean by, because we've had information on the APP work in North Wales that showed clearly the patient outcomes. So I wasn't quite, it seemed at odds to me that we had provided that information. It may not be patient reported, but there were outcome measures. So I just wonder, do we now understand what they want?
Well, I'll say something and then perhaps Andy can come in. So what was interesting about the meeting with Welsh Government officials is that they absolutely understood the case from a process and system perspective. It was really, it was really clear, less people conveyed, many benefits in terms of the system that we operate in. But it was that patient outcome data, that actually they said was missing. And actually that links then to the national outcome, the value program, which tends to concentrate on planned care. And the lead for that, Sally Lewis, who we met last week, has acknowledged that it's actually quite hard in an urgent emergency care system to be, and Liam has picked that up many times, how do you look at outcomes to patients across the whole of their journey? So we were a bit shocked at that, because if you think about a healthier Wales, that says, as the governance strategy, we think it's better for people to be managed closer to home and in other ways other than going to ED.
Yeah, that's what I couldn't understand.
And so we were a bit taken aback. So I think there's a couple of pieces of work. One, which Andy can touch on, that we're going to try and get some academic work to try and pull together the actual evidence for them to see. And secondly, we met, as I say, with Sally Lewis, who heads up that value work stream for Welsh Government last week, and I think gave her a real something to think about in terms of actually there are ways we can start to look at that patient outcome and value in an urgent emergency care setting, both for the 9s but also for the 1s, for that remote clinical assessment. So we had a really good discussion with her, and she's going to start bringing that into the national programme. But Andy, you've got some work going off on this as well.
Yeah, in complete transparency, when we got the feedback from the national team in respect to the bid, I did raise a couple of eyebrows, especially about around the where's the evidence that managing people in communities are a better thing than they expected more of that. Well, I mean, that's been policy in UK national and Wales for years, exactly. And so I'd kind of always accepted that as just an accepted kind of direction of travel for healthcare. So anyway, so one of the things we started to draw up is terms of reference in terms of looking out there to get academic partners to pull together that literature review and build that into the case to say, this is what evidence, this is what policy, this is what value will look like in terms of managing people in community settings. Not just specifically for ambulance, but across healthcare as the board, really, and across the board of healthcare. So that's work in progress. We've got the draft terms of that we finished drawing up early this week, and get that out in terms of commission that as a process to then follow through to fill that gap in.
Thanks, Andy. Brandon, do you want to come in on the back of that?
Yeah, just to address the issue around the value-based healthcare fund, really. I raised this with the chief medical officer because I wasn't happy about the apparent lack of transparency over this process. It was extremely difficult to get any response on what was funded. It wasn't put up on the website. There was no announcement. I had to write several emails to Dr. Sally Lewis to even get a response as to what was funded. My personal view is that I don't think that the funding went in the right direction. I don't think that there was an oversight of the national clinical priorities to direct where the funding went. That's a personal view. Obviously, I wouldn't necessarily want to say that that was direct criticism, but I have raised this with the CMO and the deputy CMO, and they are looking into the process by which the funding is going to be distributed.
Interesting. We're a bit of a case study here.
There's a further opportunity at the moment. Andy and I were kind of picking up on it yesterday. So HEIW were out for consultation on advanced practice at the moment.
Yeah.
And I think that's a real opportunity for us to describe the contribution of advanced practice within the emergency care setting, to define what we actually mean by it, not just in the sense of paramedicine, in the sense of other disciplines as well. And I think, and critically for us in the context of our kind of agenda around consultant close, what does it mean in terms of remote clinical assessment, remote clinical management, remote clinical safety netting? So I think there's that consultation. If we align our responses into that, I think we'll be quite strong in underpinning value for healthcare assessments.
You know, trailblazers really, aren't we? We've been the first in, so to speak. Then we're pushing at this. So I'm glad you're following it up. So it's a very good point. Any other comments on this? I'm glad we touched on that because it was baffling to me how that bid wasn't successful. But seeing health boards, for example, how citing contribution of APPs is a reminder that there's a lot to go at. If there's not a discussion to be had, I'm quite happy personally with the report, succinct and clear where the hotspots are. Are we happy on that basis to flip to recommendations, which is to note the update against the IMT accountability conditions, delivery today on the IMTP itself to Q2, and also to agree to a closed session of the board to pick up on service changes? That makes eminent sense to me because they're often sensitive things. Okay.
Yes.
Brilliant. A lot covered in very few pages. Changing tack completely, but significantly. We've got something to approve here, Jason.
You have.
This has got your name against it.
It has, but I'm going to draw in Brendan for some support on the clinical aspects behind it. So this is a paper which asks the board to approve, as Martin's just said, changes for implementation to our dispatch cross-reference table, commonly known as the DCR table, and to take away the jargon. Essentially, this is the process by which we assign a response category to a determinant or code, which comes out of the 999 triage process. We've recently, as we do periodically, reviewed the prioritization that we assign to each of our determinants or dispatch determinants in the context of the English Ambulance Response Programme, so ARP, so essentially the model that is in place in England. And it's been a bit easier to do that now because the number of categories that exist in England are the same as the number of categories, response categories that we have here in Wales. We call them slightly different things, but essentially they mean the same. So this review has been undertaken using the latest evidence from the English system and clinical evidence in terms of how we should treat certain types of patients. And what this has determined is that there is a need for us to change some of our response priorities from what we currently have at the moment. The paper describes this and the supporting appendices set this out, but essentially what it sees is some work downgraded, some work upgraded. Those which are upgraded are relying on clinical evidence for improved outcomes, and the obvious one to talk about here, and Brendan will no doubt do this, is patients who are continuously fitting. So that's subject to an upgrade for patient safety reasons. However, what this does mean is because of the volume underneath each of the codes which are moved, there is an impact on the delivery performance in the current circumstances. And the third paper, the second attachment, sets that modelling out. And essentially what happens is we do see a detriment in response terms to amber patients, those patients categorised as amber. However, there is an improvement, or a modelled improvement, a simulated improvement in red performance, despite the fact that there will be a higher volume of red work overall. So the board's asked to approve implementation next week of these changes. It's been through our internal governance process in terms of the clinical directorate and a group known as CPAS. It's been through EMT, and it's also been through the Emergency Ambulance Services Committee with our commissioners and the Chief Ambulance Service Commissioner at its last meeting a couple of weeks ago, and they are noting the impact on performance support the approach because the clinical evidence indicates it's the right thing to do for patients. So that's essentially the sum of where we are and what the board is asked to approve. Brendan might want to say a few words on the clinical rationale for some of the changes, and then clearly we'll be happy to take it.
Okay. Do you want to?
I think the important point regarding the governance here is to note that we have the CPAS in place, and that has a very strong clinical representation as chaired by Deputy Dr. Jonathan Whelan, and has representatives then from clinical ops and digital in particular. And this group meets regularly to review our prioritisation. It will make minor adjustments that would take place without coming up to this sort of level, but this particular adjustment does have an impact on performance because it looks at a couple of fairly significant codes. The background to these is that we will take information from national recommendations, we will look at the outcome data for our patients, and we will compare our data with what is going on in England, where they have a similar group that meets and discusses the national coding. So the particular issue around the continuous and multiple seizures was initially directed from advice from the Royal College when they looked at the mortality rate of patients that were suffering from seizures that were going on for a prolonged period of time. We initially had this as an AMBER 1 code, but the recommendation, and it was implemented in England, was to prioritise this as a red code because of the difficulties that patients had if the airway in particular was compromised during the seizure. So it was felt that it was appropriate to reprioritise that up to red so that we would get a response as quickly as possible that would manage the airway as well as managing the seizure and undertaking ongoing transport. The other codes were not as significant, but there was a code for serious hemorrhage and another one for overdose that were considered. Again, the evidence, as with the low priority chest pains, all the evidence was considered and the recommendations were made based on the clinical advice and the outcome data that was available to CPAS. So from a clinical perspective, I'm happy to support those recommendations, recognising that there is an impact on performance, as Jason has highlighted.
Thank you, that's really helpful. Yourself, please.
Yeah, I mean, having read the paper, the rationale makes sense in terms of a number of sort of parameters, doesn't it? I'm just change disrupts. I'm just wondering about cross-border, the work we do cross-border into England and potentially coming the other way. How do we? What work have we got in place to make sure that everybody involved understands the change and the rationale for it is plain, but understanding the change and not thinking in old money, if you like. So how do we get the new money into the system in a training sort of due diligence sort of way?
Okay, so I mean, I'll come in on that first if I can. So I mean, in terms of cross-border work, Kevin, I was sort of describing, actually, I think it was to the Monmouthshire Scrutiny Committee yesterday or whatever it was. We do work across borders, so principally, into West Midlands and Southwest patch, and they will respond to work in our patch too when we're unable to. That would generally only be for our red or the English Category 1 calls. We wouldn't generally cross-border work for other activity. When the control centres, when the control rooms pass the call across, it will be, they will get all of the details, including the MPDS determinant. Now, of course, that's okay if you've got an MPDS trust in England, but some of them aren't on MPDS and are on pathways instead. So they will have our response category, and we would ask that they respond under the same conditions. Yeah.
Thank you. Go over there, Martin.
Thanks, Jay. It's a good report to see that actually, that we do take regular monitoring of the kind of codes and where changes are needed, and clearly it's important that if it's all based on clinical assessments, then we should bear that in mind. Question I wanted to ask is the ones that we're downgrading, so looking at this one, we're talking about the kind of overdosing, poisoning, do we have a process in place that once we've downgraded, if it's approved, do we monitor that then going forward quite closely to say, well, actually, was that the right decision, or do we need to check that again? So is that something, again, cross-border, that we've got a process in place to make sure that was the right decision?
Yeah, so it's a requirement for using MPDS as part of the licensing requirement that we have a clinically led group that undertakes this work. So we wouldn't be able to use MPDS if we didn't have CPAS in place without clinical leadership on that. And part of the task that they are undertake is to review as well as implement new changes. So we regularly monitor the response rates. So as we've just introduced a change like this, that this would be one of the areas that we would be monitoring now over the next 6 months, just to ensure that we are satisfied that we're getting the right response. The overdose one was particularly relevant to the ability of the caller to make a difference between unconscious and drowsy, and of course it's very difficult for a member of the public to accurately assess that. So it was appropriate when we looked at the data that call was downgraded.
Thank you. Thanks, Jay.
Happy with that?
Yep.
Martin?
My question is more related to the why we got a difference with England. Why didn't we adopt the original ARP system that England had? I mean, we've obviously, there's a Welshism to this, but it's just that understanding what the rationale was behind that.
So we went first.
Why didn't they adopt ours?
We did our, we did our
yeah, so I mean, in all
There's an assumption I made.
Yeah. A little bit of history just for the board's relevancy, for board's knowledge. So across the UK, there essentially was a time-based response model a number of years ago, and I remember at the time I was in a different organisation watching across the border to Wales, thinking, oh, they're being brave, because Wales was the first organisation in the UK to do away with time as the only measure of success for ambulance response, and move to the clinical response model as we now know it. Since then, other organisations, including Scotland and those in England, have now followed the lead that Wales offered. ARP is the English response, is what they've done, and because there's a bigger volume of activity going through all of the English, the 10 English services, we've had a look back to see how they're now categorising their work, and seeing that there is some change we can make to improve the outcome of patients. But Wales was first.
Oh, okay. Well,
it's worth noting that it wasn't just in the UK that ARP was followed, it was followed internationally, and we've had visitations from Australia, Canada, who've then gone back and implemented very similar changes.
oh, well, good for us, I suppose. I mean, I've been in it so long, I've always assumed we followed rather than led.
This is one where Wales led. Yeah, where Wales led.
I was just a small point following on what Kevin said. Just asking the question, is this taking cognizance the fact that we've dropped a few conditions down? Obviously, we're going to have to absorb that extra work that we would have cross-border, whereas normally we'd be passing that across. Does that influence it much, and is that part of
I don't think it does. I mean, the volume of work we do across border is tiny. Yeah, right. I haven't got the numbers to hand. I don't know if Julie has, but it's tiny.
These aren't high volume codes generally. So I think that it was considered that it was basically almost insignificant in comparison with, you know, what are the real performance figures. I think we've already heard earlier about what are the real factors on our performance, and it's not going to be what we've been discussing now.
My thought process initially was down the route of internal group, whereas England are looking at things on a national basis. How robust is our group? But I took a lot of heart from the fact that Jonathan Whelan chairs it because he's of the right background. And he's got feet in other camps, so he's ideally placed to see a strong medical intensive care perspective on things, which I think is appropriate.
So we do link in with the group. Sir John Whelan attends the group that makes the changes in England, and then we come back and look to see what's appropriate in Wales. Of course, not all of the changes would be appropriate for us to make, because we do have some differences. I mean, the fact that we are leading on the advanced paramedic practitioner role, and the codes that we would look to assign for an APP would not be the same in some areas in England, where they either don't have any APPs or they're certainly not assigned to the same type of work. So it's important that we do have some autonomy over that, and we retain the ability to assign our own dispatch model.
So my only remaining question is it's the usual one. There will be movement in our results. You've indicated that, Jason. How well landed, to use the word, is this with the powers that be? I'm thinking of a meeting I won't be at, next month's meeting with the Minister, around how we're performing. We've gone live with this. The results are different. We need to make sure that people are briefed.
Well,
stating the very obvious.
Absolutely right, and that's why it's been through the governance process that it has. So, you know, we prepared it internally with the clinical lens and a clinical focus. We then introduced it to the Chief Ambulance Services Commissioner and gained his support. It then went through the Emergency Ambulance Services Committee, so that's with the several health chief executives as our commissioners, and the Chief Ambulance Services Commissioner, where the proposed change was endorsed at EASC, and subsequent to that, the Chief Ambulance Services Commissioner has briefed both the Minister's Office and policy officials in Welsh Government the changes coming and the rationale for the change. So, you know, stakeholders across the system are aware and indeed have endorsed the need for the change to take place.
Okay, we've got a good discussion. Key point is we're not clinicians. We need assurance about process and robustness of those mechanisms, which I think we've been given. Some except obviously we do have clinicians around the table. We leave this kind of work to those who are particularly expert in the field. So are you happy to jump to the recommendations, which are to approve a series of changes listed there? I won't read them all out, to the WAST DCR table. So there's a total of 164 codes. And then there's a breakdown there of some of the changes provided in the second part. Note the operational implications of these changes. Go live 3rd of October. Discuss any resource implications. You're laughing.
No, I'm not laughing, Chairman. It's just a correction to paragraph 33. It will be the 5th of October, not the 3rd, as the effective date.
Something happened while we were talking.
No, well, there was an upgrade to the system that was necessary to enable this. Okay. That's now taken place. It's pushed us back 48 hours. Okay. But it will be the 5th of October, subject to.
This is very live decision making, isn't it? So, be happy with the 5th of October rather than the 3rd. Yes. 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 Okay, so we're happy to take the recommendations on that basis with that amendment. Yes. Good. And the obvious thing, I guess, would be to say by sequel, we need to track this ourselves, don't we? Understand the impact as it plays through. Okay. Last substantive item is the Wellbeing and Future Generations Act report, which Estelle, I think you're going to steer us on. I'm conscious we've also got at least one question from the public, Jason, around roster review, which we'll endeavour to answer
Thank you, Chair.
I'll dish out torches for an evening meeting.
If I crack on with this one then, colleagues will be aware that the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act was a piece of legislation that was made in 2015, which placed a duty on public bodies, 44 in number, to in effect, in their decision making, consider the impact of those decisions on future generations and to ensure no detriment, in effect. At the time, the Welsh Ambulance Service was not included as part of the Act. We were not one of the 44 prescribed bodies. There are multiple reasons for that, which we won't bore ourselves with now. But following a review, and obviously being very timely as the current Wellbeing and Future Generations Commissioner comes to the end of her term, and that post is currently out to advert, I think, and due to be appointed to by the end of this year. There is a consultation on extending that duty under the Act to a further suite of public bodies. And on this occasion, we have now been included as a body that ought to be covered by the Act. Now, those of us who've been around a long time will recall that at the time, we considered whether we ought to try and lobby to be covered by the Act in the first instance. And at that time, we decided, well, actually, probably not. We were still a little bit unstable as an organisation. And also, we felt that not being covered by the Act did give us some flexibility, but we've made repeated commitments in subsequent IMDPs to work within the spirit of the Act. So although we were and have not been subject to the legislation, and therefore the need to develop wellbeing objectives that are reflected in the IMDP and monitored, we have said that we will work within the spirit of the Act. Clearly now we're subject to this consultation. You'll see my response. There is a prescribed template to respond, so you're spared my usual 7,000 word missive, because I've been asked some specific questions which I've responded to, and I've had some input as well from Trish's team, particularly in relation to a question around impact on Welsh language and whether this will make a material difference, given the fact we're making good strides now with our Welsh language compliance, the Welsh language standards, and the more than just word strategy. The belief is this isn't going to make a material difference, not going to do any harm either. So on that basis, my response is that we support our covering by the legislation. What it doesn't confer is membership of public service boards. So colleagues will recall that under the Act, that the vehicle, if you like, for delivery of the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act are public service boards, of which there are 19 in Wales, largely by local authority area. A couple of the smaller local authorities have come together. I mean, clearly for us as a pan-Wales service, that would be a very onerous responsibility. Unlike RPBs, which have a funding stream, so the regional partnership boards come under the Social Services and Wellbeing Act, confusing sets of language here, from 2014, and they do have discrete responsibilities and a funding stream through the Regional Investment Fund. Public service boards don't. It is about collaboration at its broadest level. Just last Friday, I attended the Vale Morgan Public Service Board for the first time. I've committed to attending that for the next year as the only public service board that we will attend, just to test the water in terms of, are there material benefits to us in terms of going? We had historic representation, which had lapsed some time ago. And as a result, I've chosen to resurrect that just to get a sense of whether there's any added value, that we bring, or more to the point that we derive from membership. But other than that, this now absorbing of us under the Act does not confer that membership, although the other statutory bodies are actively encouraged to liaise with us. As you'll know, we now sit on 5 of the 7 regional partnership boards, which have that funding stream and distinct responsibilities. And in many cases, they are similar people round the table. Yesterday at board development, we talked, didn't we, about emergency services, liaison and integration and collaboration. And some of the emergency services also sit around the PSB tables. So there's an opportunity to test some of that. And I think Chris alluded to the fact yesterday that something had come up again about electronic vehicle charging and this sort of thing, green travel stuff, where other emergency services are also looking at their opportunities and whether there's an opportunity to collaborate. So in short, Martin, the recommendation is that we don't object to this, that we respond in a positive way to being covered by the duty. It does bring responsibilities for us, not in this year's IMT, but in the following year, to have discrete objectives that are then monitored. I'm pretty confident that the work we're already doing covers us in that regard. I don't see it as a particularly onerous. We may need to reframe slightly how it's presented, but in terms of actual work, I don't necessarily think there's a huge amount more for us to do, because I think we're doing a huge amount in this field anyway, albeit we're not necessarily calling it out in this way. Closing date for the submission is beginning of October, so welcome board's comments prior to submission.
So is that not object to, can that be expressed as a positive? Namely, we support the...
Yeah, absolutely, support our coverage by the
for a
duty.
penny in for a pound, so to speak.
Indeed.
Views, Kerry.
Thanks, now it's really clear, and I like your response. There's just one point I wanted to make, and it links back to some of the conversations we were having yesterday around population health and how we as an organisation move forward in terms of, you know, measuring our contribution to that. And of course the principles in the Act around, you know, healthier society and more equitable society, I think are really pivotal here. So I wonder whether it's worth drawing out in this response the challenges around us measuring our impact in that space. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does, and I'm sure Liam will have an observation, because the public health plan that we have, and I'm not sure where we are in terms of review of that, but it's interesting, isn't it, in terms of what is our responsibility in that regard, and how do we measure it, especially given all the challenges we have around performance. So I'm sure I can weave something in that will satisfy that. Liam, I don't know if you've got any observations, or we can chat outside about words you may want to.
Probably speak about side, but I suppose two quick observations. That one is coming back to Andy's earlier point on EPCR. I think that will be a really important element in terms of being able to put measurable impact into population health. And then I think the other bit is actually about how we think about the impact of our overall resourcing, our overall organisational piece across populations, and where we have different. So thinking about things like deprivation, things like diversity, and we become more representative. Those are the things that we can build in and strengthen.
So very happy with that, Kenny. It's not a problem.
Sorry, and it plays into the segmentation studies in Wales now that can inform targeted health-based responses as opposed to responsive ill health-based responses. So yeah. Sorry, I jumped in.
No, that's all right. It's on that point. And Joga.
Thanks, yeah. Yeah, my comment was really being around the, and I appreciate we're already acting in the spirit of the Act, which is great to have. But once we commit to it, it's a legal obligation, and we're an organisation that's already quite stretched. This is going to be an Act, especially when someone new that's kind of appointed is going to evolve, is going to put on a lot more positives in the sense of requirements for organisations with regards to their assessments of what has to be done in the future and how far they look, having that audit trail, paper trail. So it's that commitment we're going into. We need to be going into that fully wide awake, that because of all the other added pressures we have, at the moment, we've got the flexibility of acting in the spirit, but if something slips through the cracks, we're not looking at any severe penalties, where once we're committed to this and subject to a legal obligation, if something then gets missed, that can put us in, can have an adverse effect. So we just need to be, and as long as execs and as a board, we're all comfortable that the added obligations across the board, which is then going to need training to be given across the board. Of any decisions, major decisions to be made, everyone needs to know that this is an added facet you have to keep an eye on while you're carrying out the assessments to see this is the right decision. So I think we need to be comfortable with, have we got enough by way of kind of, foundation to put that in, support to put that in forever, effectively, to commit to it.
I think that's really fair, Joga, because as you say, it's a statutory duty. So at the moment, I think that's why we didn't lobby that hard in the beginning, because we recognised that at the time we were in quite a turbulent phase of the organisation's development, and we didn't want that added pressure, if I can put it that way. I think now we are in a better place. You're right, it will oblige us to do certain things. We will need to think about that, but I've already spoken to Welsh Government, and indeed they have offered support to some of the new organisations, if I can call us that, with what will be required. Now, we haven't discussed at length what that might look like, but I think there's an appreciation that, you know, you've got a block of organisations who've been doing this now for 7 years, so have got a rhythm. They're largely bigger than us as well, and so Welsh Government acknowledges that there's going to be some support and latitude, I suppose, in the early couple of years with the new organisations until we start to work out how this is going to run for ourselves. But it's a point really well made, Joga, and I will pick up that conversation with Welsh Government again to make sure that we're accessing whatever support they're able to offer us.
Trish, you want to come in on that point?
I was just going to mention that there's some elements of this around equality as well, which is one of the requirements that we will dovetail with the work we're doing on the socioeconomic duty, feeding that into the EQIA so that it's not a separate piece of work, but it aligns and complements it. So we're already seeing some ways that we can overlap and already take that into things that we already are required to do. So there's some elements that we've thought through as far as that's concerned.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I guess it's the long run is we're leaving ourselves exposed if we miss something. Either we haven't carried out the equality impact assessment properly, or there's an element of the act that we've missed. It's the exposure that we need to be comfortable with. Not to say we're going to do anything intentionally, but as at the moment we've got the flexibility of dealing with everything within the spirit without the risk of exposure if something gets missed. That was my kind of concern, and yeah, you know, it's great in principle. It's just making sure we will have the right training for everyone that will be responsible for implementing it.
The picture I'm getting is the execs, Jason, yourself, comfortable with this proactive approach to this.
I think
it's
so.
a very
Martin.
valid challenge from Joga.
I think so, Martin. Yeah, I mean, we've discussed it in EMT, and it feels like a natural direction of travel to follow, recognising the resource
Time is right.
They will follow, but it does feel like the right time.
I think it's also a signal of confidence in us from government that had they done this now and we'd been excluded again, I would find that questionable. So the fact we have been included, I think, does signal that we're being assimilated, if you like, into the wider, you know, because obviously 44 public sector organisations have already been doing this for 7 years. So there is something about coming into that fold now and being recognised and acknowledged as an organisation that's ready to go down this line.
Yeah, it's a fair point. Paul, you were comment?
No, I was just going to recognising what Joga said, but we've been complaining that we're not part of it. So now we've got the opportunity, if we decide not to do it, we would look a bit silly. The other thing for me is whether it's a moral or we have a moral obligation anyway, so without the legal framework. And I think we just need to target the areas where we feel we need to give the most attention in this. If you look at health boards, when that came into health boards, there was no infrastructure it became business as usual, and it has to become business as usual. So the equality impact assessments we should be doing anyway as a health organisation. So I'm quite confident to support it because of our ambition to be in it. It would be, for me, it'd be a bit odd to say we don't want to be in it, but recognise there are potential risks. But there is a moral obligation on the organisation as well as now a legal obligation. So I'm supportive.
It's helpful. Beth, do you want to come in?
Echoing what Paul has said, really, Chair, thank you. I very much feel we should do this. We should want to be a part of it. It fits with a lot of the other things we're looking at. It fits with our structure as an organisation, you know, the organisation that we are. So for me, I feel strongly we should definitely be a part of it. Notwithstanding, I think your comments are really valid, Joga. It's about us in the back room getting ourselves set up for this.
Very valid challenge, Joga. Yeah. I think an answer of enthusiasm and awareness of some of the the risks. On that basis, we're happy to endorse that the approach set out by Estelle. I didn't spot the recommendation, but I guess we've covered it in the sense of supporting
submission.
Yeah.
And I'll make that amend, Kerry, in terms of just pulling out the public health stuff a bit more strongly.
And that's a kind of good way to end the substantive business for me, with that look ahead and changing our legal status in that regard. So thank you for that discussion. So we're into the final stages here. We're on to the board committee reports. I think we've covered most of the elements of the committee feedback or the escalation reports, but let's honour the process. So Bethan, you're first up this time.
Thank you, Chair.
Quite rightly, quality comes first.
Thank you very much, Chair. So as the board are aware, we met in August, on the 11th of August. That feels like a very long time ago now, sat here today, actually, because things have moved and changed. However, in the alert section, as members can see, we draw attention to the 3 reports we receive every Crest meeting: the patient safety highlight report, the quarterly quality report, and the monthly integrated quality and performance report. And each of those gives us the context and draws our attention to a range of patient safety issues, which we've covered in detail today. I just want to draw attention to 1 or 2 things. There has been an increase in the number of concerns raised, and also there's been a deterioration in our ability to respond in the times that we set ourselves, both in terms of the 2-day and the 30-day response rates. There's been an increase in numbers of incidents at SCIFs, the number of Appendix B reports, the number of national reportable incidents, the requests from coroners, 2 Regulation 28 reports. So the picture is quite consistent in terms of a troubled period of time for us in terms of performance and therefore the risk to patients. We talked earlier about immediate release directives and recognised there had been improvement to the red calls, but at the time of the Crest meeting, we still had almost 48%, so 47.3% of requests being declined. So that's still significant and still substantial. Just wanted to mention that. Risks 2 to 3 and 2 to 4, which we've covered earlier on as part of Trish's report. So moving forward to the advice section, I wanted to briefly mention the patient story that we had, which I think is fair to say was, as always, really, really impactful. It was the wife of a patient that attended the meeting and shared their story with us. And it gave us a lot of time, pause for thought. What was helpful was we had colleagues from Betsy Cadwaladr Health Board who joined us at the meeting as well. There was a delay in us getting to the patient in the community for all the reasons that we've discussed today and we are well versed in. It was interesting because the lady we met with, Sue, she challenged us as well. She posed some questions of us in terms of what she would like us to do in the future. So I think that was helpful for us to move forward with. We considered our quality strategy, something we haven't mentioned so far today, and there was recognition that there have been some challenges in progressing that strategy in the way that we would have hoped, simply because of the breadth and depth of challenges across our organisation. I think it's important to say as well, we welcomed Liam as the new exec director to his first Crest meeting. And similarly then, on the other side of that coin, we thanked Wendy for her great contribution whilst she was in the interim role. And Wendy certainly championed patient safety throughout her time in that post, and that was recognised by committee members. Moving forward to the Assure section, there are several reports listed there, as you'll see. But 1 or 2 I just want to mention and draw attention to. We did receive the Infection Prevention and Control Annual Report, which we welcomed. It showed that there's an awful lot of really good work going on and has been for the last 12 months. And also the PECI report, just to draw attention to this, because as always, we receive that PECI report at every Crest meeting. And despite all the other very difficult issues that we discuss at length, there are always really, really positive comments within the PECI report. And this report and this meeting was no different to that. Finally, then, at the end of the highlight report, we list in the discussion we had around risks As you know, the Crest committee leads on the 2 highest scoring risks, 2 to 3 and 2 to 4. And I think we've covered that off fully in our earlier discussion. So at that point, Chair, I'll stop. I'm very happy to take any questions or comments from members.
Sounds like a very full meeting.
As always in Quest.
Indeed. And you rightly highlighted the fact that we're not out of the woods in terms of negative impacts, patient harm, patient safety issues. Any questions or reflections, Liam?
Just one thing I should have possibly mentioned earlier, but it fits in terms of how we're dealing with Appendix Bs and the current number that are outstanding. The delivery unit have been facilitating fortnightly workshops with members from every organisation, and I am pushing incredibly hard that not only will we have an agreed framework that deals with all joint investigations, so it won't be specific to us, it will actually be a joint investigations framework for Wales and sits across all organisations, but we will also have metrics that sit behind it that tell us how many cases are going through and how many are outstanding across Wales. So really trying to mainstream what is currently an exceptional process built around ourselves in many respects to being actually a joint process that truly understands the full pathway. And for my colleagues in health boards, one of the really important developments is to make sure that there's a read across into Welsh social care and into that environment as well. So there's a real effort to think about this across all organisations, and hopefully that will help us to start closing some of the joint investigations that are outstanding in the background. And in respect of the outstanding patient complaints and issues that we're dealing with there, Chris has very helpfully worked with colleagues in East, and we have been able to secure some additional resource that will help us hopefully to kind of move through our backlog and get more support in closing them down.
Very helpful. Yeah, great, thank you. We're happy to receive that report. Excellent, thank you. Then on to people and culture, I think, Paul.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. You've got the report in front of you. Just pull out a couple of issues. If I will. Under the alert section, obviously the system pressures, similar to the discussion we had at Crest, we had a similar discussion at people and culture. The one thing that we recognised at this meeting was the financial situation that we're in, and that brings added pressure to our staff. So one of the things that the Wellbeing Service are looking at is what financial advice and support opportunities can we deliver to our staff, recognising it's going to be a tough economic climate for most of our staff, and particularly linking that with some of the changes that we're making to rotas, etc. You know, that there are complications there. And we also talked about, which we talked about earlier, the issue about the turnover rates, and that would form part of our deep dive for the next meeting. We've already picked up the issue around flu vaccination. Yeah, some of us had it yesterday, and we're hoping that will be more successful than last year, and it commenced on the 19th. On the advice section, we had a very strong staff story from Jo Pascal. She was an EMT who had been assaulted. She was very, very brave, I have to say, to come to the committee and open up to what happened to her. She was very brave in taking it right through to prosecution. I think she felt personally that it was the right thing to do, but she felt bad about doing it as well at the same time, because it was a patient that she had attended to. What came out of that discussion, I think that really, I think, grabbed us, was the little things that Jo experienced that helped her. So, for example, she particularly commented on a letter she'd received from Lee, and how that personal letter from Lee, very shortly after the incident, really helped her. She also talked about the violence and aggression manager, who was excellent, you know, stood by her side through difficult times during the process, and her Dom was excellent as well. So what we got was a vision of the wraparound that the organisation put around Jo, and that enabled her to come back. She was still very shaky, she was still anxious about going back on the road, but she felt that the organisation had supported her and would support her going forward. It was a really good story, actually. We had the usual quarterly updates, and you've already, Jason, talked about the Pride Parade. We talked about that as well. We've talked already about recruitment. The one thing I wanted to pull out was the Welsh Language Annual Report, which is on the board's agenda today. We went through that, and again, a significant amount of work that that has taken place by the organisation in the Welsh language standards and our achievements, and we went through that at the PCC. The Health Safety Annual Report we received, and again, we talked about the risk, the de-escalation of the risk around that area. And the other area that we were looking forward to, which we will have at our next meeting, is the Raising Concerns framework, which has been developed by a task and finish group. So how do we make sure that there are plenty of avenues for people to raise concerns? There's obviously access now through management and through DATICs, etc., but we need to make it more simple and for staff to have more confidence in that. In terms of committee membership, we also welcomed Liam to his first meeting, and also this was Catherine Goodwin's last meeting prior to Angie joining us. So we thank Catherine for her stewardship of the directorate and the function during that period. So it was good to see that move on. On the issue, we've already talked about sickness absence levels. We talked about the turnover rates. And the Improving Attendance Programme, we had a deep dive on that on the slide deck, and which Trish shared with other non-exec directors who were not part of PCC to demonstrate the amount of work that was being undertaken in that area. PADR, we've already talked about the improvement there, and we also looked at the audit tracker and the advisory review on organisational culture. The risks we've already talked about as part of our governance discussion earlier. So I think that was it.
Again, very full agenda. It's amazing how much you can cover. Any reflections or comments? Damon.
Yeah, just a small point. I mean, I obviously don't sit on that.
Yeah.
It's really positive to see from the staff story that the individuals had the wraparound, as you say. And I think when we do it well, we do it really well. I guess a comment is to ask the committee also to continue that in other areas and the scenarios where individuals are going through potentially difficult situations, and some people feel left alone sometimes. I think when the trust is quite clear that member staff has been assaulted, there's no wrongdoing, we do it really well. When we've got any doubt about whether there's been anything untoward, we tend to leave people a little bit on their own. So I'd like to see that incorporated.
Just to give you some assurance around that, Damien, you're quite right. And that the previous committee, we had a discussion about people on suspension and going through the disciplinary process, and how do we treat that in a compassionate way that we talked about yesterday. So there's still work ongoing on that area. So we are trying to pick up areas where staff are in a difficult position, whether that's through the organisation or through violence and aggression or whatever it is.
Sure.
So perhaps we'll give you that information about the previous meeting at some time. Thank you. Yeah, it was good.
One point, and I'm glad you picked it up.
Just to add to that, the work that Ms. Rogers has been doing around avoidable harm in relation to investigations, I think is going to be pivotal in terms of that point that you're making about support that we provide to people who are dealing with whatever the stressful situation is.
Good, thanks for that point. Any other comments? You happy to receive that report? Yeah. Okay, Martin, the Audit Committee.
Right, I mean, our meeting was only a couple of weeks ago. We did have a few new members there. Kerry joined us for the first time, Angie joined us, and Liam joined us, and they didn't sit back and listen, incidentally. They played a full and active part in the meeting, so thank them very much for that. But the alert, the only one I want to draw to your attention there is the governance report we've received from Audit Wales. It's quite an important report. It's a voluminous report, actually, but because we didn't know much about what had happened within the organisation, because it had only just received it, we noted that it's going to Quest, and there might be, Paul, some issues for people in culture to look at within the report. But Quest is the main recipient in terms of the governance framework for the report, but I'm sure by the time it comes to Quest, which I don't think is until November, right, then a lot of the actions that are proposed in the report will have been taken. But it is an important report, and it's an extension of the structured assessment that we get as an organisation now within Wales. So that was the one thing to draw to your attention. I would be very brief on the rest. I mean, the cycle of business. One thing I will say is an opportunity to commend our internal audit service. We get very good reports. They're very easy to read. They're very balanced, structured, lots of good recommendations, and generally speaking, well accepted by the executives and the people they're directed at. So we get a lot of those reports. In fact, I would say a lot of the agenda, Trish, at the next meeting is going to be just dealing with the internal audit program reports that come in. But it's an opportunity to say that. The other thing for you to note is the COVID-19 public inquiry has kicked off. I mean, it's not due to report until May, June time next year, I think, by which time hopefully it'll be a fast fading memory anyway. But nevertheless, I'm sure there's lessons to be learned from the report. And let's hope that it is no more than a memory by that stage. But nevertheless, we'll welcome that in due course and see if there's any learning from it. And you can see the modules are looking at different aspects of COVID over the last couple of years. Of course, it's supposed to some extent, it's still ongoing. The last thing I wanted to draw to your attention is item number 7 under Assure. Oh, I don't know what to say about this. This review of unscheduled care, I'm not sure what it's going to do, and it takes, every time, just in time for Christmas next year, probably, Paul. I don't know, it's long overdue. I'm not sure it's going to say much other that we don't already know or are working on. But the one thing I do hope it addresses is the sort of the way we're not as well joined up, perhaps. This is a criticism we particularly have had. Maybe the other trusts have the same, to be fair to them, I don't know. But I guess we've talked a lot about it, which is the way in which the trusts bump up against each other when there's unscheduled care issues to be dealt with. That is something that Audit Wales might be able to help with. But we'll wait and see. I don't really hold out much on that front, but nevertheless, that's ongoing. And it is something I'm sure we'll be involved in it and contribute to it, but we'll wait and see what comes out of that. It says there, what does it say? An assessment of workforce, that was the workforce issue. They're not even looking at that until autumn of this year, but I'm not sure when. Do you remember, Trish, when they were going to report?
They're going to be doing it in a couple of parts. I can't remember off the top of my head.
No, I can't
when
either.
They are. But they'll be updating us through the audit committee on a regular basis.
It's not going to be this year, though. That's for sure.
I think they were intended to give us something in December. As an
They'll
initial
certainly update us in December.
interim update as to where they are.
I don't recall.
And then they were going to, as and when anything's done, they're going to update us.
Paul?
Yeah, it was interesting, wasn't it? Because they're starting off with the back door. They were looking at the social care, but there was no mention of primary care in their
brief
at all. So we raised the question about where does the role of primary care, which should be the first protocol, where is that within the plan? And it isn't in there. So she was going to go back and have further discussions with Audit Wales about what aspect of primary care should be involved in the review of the unscheduled care work, because it's not in there. It seems a huge omission to us.
You've got a whole system, haven't you? So, Rod, is that your?
That's me finished,
that's
Martin.
helpful. Thank you. Any comments on audit committee? I see again a lot happening there. You happy to receive that report?
Yes.
Okay. There's no sin in just saying, yeah, we're happy with that report. And finally, not least, I think probably to you then, Beth.
Thank you, Chair. So we met.
Pete.
Yep, we met last week on the 20th, In the alert section, we've covered both those items off in the meeting today, so I don't propose saying any more around that, other than within the monthly integrated quality and performance report, we did have quite a discussion around some of the improving trends. So we were very pleased to see the improvement in PADRs, etc. So there were positives within the report. Moving on to the advise section, we also received the first iteration of the cycle of business, which the committee welcomed and felt this would give us a good structure to work from moving forwards. The WASP decarbonisation action plan, clearly there's a huge amount of work already gone into this and continuing to go into this despite a small number of staff focusing on this area. The concern that we voiced at the committee was down to resources or lack of resources and the risk of lack of resources in terms of us being able to implement the plan as we would like to. I would like to congratulate colleagues involved in also gaining re-accreditation of the ISO 14001. So that's great news, and that was following the annual audit. So well done to everyone involved in that. Also within the advice section is a paragraph on value-based healthcare, and we received a presentation here which was focusing on patient level information, but I think it's fair to say that everyone at the meeting got quite excited as we discussed this item, and I use that word deliberately because there was palpable excitement despite the fact we were all meeting on Teams. And what we felt was this was a really good start, and we very much looking forward to see how this develops over the coming months and years. In the Assure section then, we received the IMTP update, and also there were some overdue audit recommendations which we discussed. We've discussed IMTP earlier, so I don't propose to say any more around that. Finally, in the highlight report, we covered off the risks that were relevant to the F&P committee, and also noted that there was a new risk within that, risk 543, relating to major disruptive incidents resulting in a loss of critical IT systems. And also, as Trish mentioned earlier in her report, 2 further risks in development, one relating to SALAS and the second to decarbonisation. So at that point, I'll stop and open up for any questions or comments, please.
Questions and comments? Again, another busy meeting, goes without saying. I think that's an endorsement, and I think we've covered a lot of that in the agenda, haven't we?
We have, yes.
So that the process works. I just want to say, finally, I think these reports are great. We're not missing things. We can see the trail through. The other thing is very good attendance from non-executives and executives across the spread there, which is very heartening, because I know there's a huge workload that goes into this. So thank you. We'll speed on now, because I'm aware that the lunch hour dwindles by the moment. It'll be take a quick 10 minutes at this rate if we're not careful. Trish, we've got a very short governance report though, haven't we?
We do, Chair. It's
Blink and you miss it.
It's simply for noting under the standing orders the use of the trust seal on a lease at a property in Bridgend since the last
Happy to
meeting.
note that?
Yes.
Okay. Quickest government report ever, 8 seconds. More significant, but it has been through committee, is the Welsh Language Annual Report, which was a good read.
It was excellent, and yes, been to People and Culture and was endorsed there and discussed in some detail. I'll only pull a couple of things out, which is the increase in demand in the 111 service due to the final health boards coming on board. There are some really good initiatives in place in 111 to address that, and we're in discussion with the 111 service to see what else we can do and bring into the new Welsh language framework that will come into the IMTP next year, and which will align with the more than just words strategy for the Welsh Government as well. So there's lots of things bubbling away, and also some of the KPIs that we'll look at under the equality, diversity and inclusion metrics as well for the MIQPR. And just lastly to say a big diolch to Melvin, who's joined us as well on Zoom, for pulling this report together pretty much on his own as a Welsh Language Services Manager. So it's for approval today, Chair, as required by the Commissioner, and then it will go on our website today.
Okay, let's pause there. I mean, that's been through committee, but I don't want to close any comments off if there are any. Are we happy to approve it?
No.
Melvin, I think that's an endorsement of a very good piece of work.
Absolutely.
Covered an awful lot of areas. Actually, the more you read about it, the more complex it becomes. So giving that clarity to this area and that priority is brilliant. So we'll approve that then. Excellent. Okay. Speeding on. Consent items. This is very quick. They're there for consent. We have the committee minutes, which have been approved by committees. We have the summary report, and then notes there from a couple of other bodies which we received. So happy just to note those. Okay. We move on to AOB. An exhaustion, I guess. Any other items of business? No.
Question from the public.
Question from the public. Good recollection, Jason. I'd have gone steaming on there. Remind us of the question, Estelle, or is it now more than one?
No, it is still only one, Chair.
The final question from the public. So I'm glad.
Final question.
Thanks, Jason, for that.
It's from Stacey Good, and it's this. With the ever-increasing patient waiting time for attendance by a clinician at scene, is now a good time to be depleting cover by replacing the existing RRVs with lesser numbers of CHARU? For example, the Gethley area, which is in the Rhondda, for those of you not familiar. For example, the Gethley area at present has a day and afternoon RRV. This rota is being abolished. We have been told that despite the initial plan of 1 day car in Pontyclun, 2 in Hawthorne, 1 in Aberdare, and a 24/7 in Merthyr, there will now only be a one 24/7 car in Merthyr, leaving the Rhondda, Pontypridd, and Aberdare Valley without car cover. Is this a good time to be doing this, or should the CHARU run alongside and in addition to the RRV?
Okay, so there's a lot of detail in that, and thank you for the question. I won't talk about the specifics of a local area, but I'll talk on a national basis, and I suspect from the content of the question that's come from a member of staff. So if that member of staff wants to reach out to their local management team and have a conversation about the specifics of the local issue, then of course that's the right approach to take, and perhaps Judith and the team will follow that up. But more broadly, Estelle, on the roster change and the issues associated with that, as we touched on earlier, the roster review emerges as a recommendation from the 2019 Demand and Capacity Review, which we undertook collaboratively with trade union partners, commissioners, and ourselves. And the board will remember, the majority of board members, recognising there are some new ones now, that there were 3 sets of recommendations which emerged from that Demand and Capacity Review, and which were endorsed by the Emergency Ambulance Services Committee in January 2020. The full report and the papers are available on the Emergency Ambulance Services Committee website, but essentially what the 3 recommendations for us and then 3 for the system were for us to implement the roster review changes because that releases an efficiency equivalent to 72 additional people over and above the 256 which commissioners funded at the time, and the other 100 which is currently being deployed now, and about 40 others that have been also funded in the interim, taking the total growth over the last 3 and a bit years in the frontline emergency medical service to in excess of 400. So commissioners endorsed a recommendation for us to implement those roster changes, and I'll say a bit more about that in a second. Another efficiency was for us to increase our hear and treat rate to 10.2%, and of course we heard earlier that we're exceeding that, hitting 10 to 14% on a daily basis, and we'll stretch that to 15% by the end of this calendar year. And we also had to tackle some of our workforce practices. We've made good progress on our relief rate. We've been in discussion with trade union partners on how we manage some of our continual professional development time. We've seen improvements in our attendance rate, sickness, which we touched on earlier. We've got other discussions in hand with trade union colleagues at the moment on some other workforce practices too. So we've got good progress on that. Essentially, we have delivered or are about to deliver all 3 of the high-level recommendations which were made in the review for us. Health boards had to invest in what was known as a structural relief gap, 256 people, which have all been funded and recruited, trained, and now deployed operationally. They had to maintain or reduce emergency department handover delays at the 2018 rate. At the time, that was less than 6,000 hours a month. And we are now seeing something in excess of 24,000 hours a month in terms of total losses. And also health boards had to provide access for our clinicians, be they on the ground or in the clinical contact centres, to be able to refer to more pathways, avoiding the emergency department. We heard earlier about STEC and other things which are underway there. So that's the history, if you like, of the roster review and how it comes about. Of course, a lot has changed since 2019 when that first demand and capacity review was undertaken. Not least the fact we've got more people than we planned to have, because we've grown more than we said we would then. So we've had more investment and grown more people. We've got more work, and we've got a different distribution of work in the overall bucket of work, particularly in the red category. And of course, we've got significant change in the system around us. So in May this year, as we were concluding the work on the roster change, we engaged an independent, separate organisation, consultancy firm, which operate and undertake ambulance simulation, not only here in the UK, but internationally in Australia and New Zealand too, and in other places, who were independent of the firm that did the original demand capacity review, to essentially say to ourselves, is this still the right thing to do? Does putting the rosters in, with all of that change that's happened in the intervening years, still give us a benefit for patients? Is it still the right thing to do? So it's a due diligence assessment. Essentially, we undertook in May this year, and the answer to that is yes. It gives us a marginal improvement in red performance, and it gives us an improvement in the amber response tail. So by no means is the roster change that we've commenced this week and that will conclude at the end of November going to fix the problem we have, but it is going to help. So a very long-winded answer, Estelle, to the question that's been asked. But are we satisfied that implementing the changes to rosters now, given all of the disruption and everything that's going on around us since the original work was done a couple of years ago, is it the right thing to do? Yes. We recognise it's disruptive. We recognise staff having their working patterns disrupted through the transition period to the new rosters. And as I said earlier, I'm grateful for the support that trade union colleagues and all staff at every station across Wales have given to working up and designing the new rosters together with their local teams. But this is the right thing to do.
I think, if I may, there's also a point in there that Stacey's asking around RRB and carry replacements, which is probably worth just teasing out a little bit as well, because it's not a like-for-like replacement. So it's a different model, it's a different footprint, and can't be compared with a like-for-like replacement.
And the final point, just to make actually for members of the public listening, it is that the roster changes and the growth that we've had will see an additional in excess of 30 additional emergency ambulances deployed across Wales. So it's not just change for change's sake. It's not change for change's sake. It's change to put extra capacity on to support better responses to patients in the community.
Okay, let's hope we can offline encourage some dialogue further to the specifics of that particular area, because it's quite a complex issue and a complex question. So thank you for that. So that concludes our AOB with the public questions. It's good that we've worked through those in real time. We now need to note the date of the next meeting, 24th November 9:30, and resolve if you're happy to go into private session, which excludes public and press and so on when we meet a bit further on. If you're happy to make that resolution. Okay. We note the acronyms, and it says farewell to the chair. So there's something I don't know about. We're still live, I guess.
I'm just going to throw you that. No.